Good afternoon. It's now 5 p.m., August 20th, 2019. And I call to order the regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Victorville. In the City Council sitting is the Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, the Victorville Joint Powers Financing Authority, the Victorville Water District, and the City of Saucon as a successor. May we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Cox? Councilmember Gomez?
Present.
Councilmember Jones?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez? Mayor Garcia?
Here. I don't see anyone in the audience that would like to address the council. Therefore, can we have closed session items by our city attorney, please?
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. We have only one item this evening up for the City Council. It is anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D4. Potential is one potential case. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it either at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the regular 6 o'clock session.
Thank you very much. We will now recess to our closed session, and our regular session convenes at 6 p.m. We will be starting. It is 6 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. It is now 6 p.m., August 20th, 2019, and I call to order the regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Victorville. In the City Council seating is the Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, the Victorville Joint Powers Financing Authority, the Victorville Water District, and the City of Saucon as its successor. May we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Cox?
Here.
Councilmember Gomez?
Present.
Councilmember Jones?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Here.
Mayor Garcia?
Here. At this time, can we have closed session announcements by our city attorney, please?
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. We had only one item this evening. It was anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D4, one potential case. At this point, there is no reportable action with respect to that item.
Thank you. And before I continue, I would like to say that today is our city clerk's birthday, Charlene, and can we just sing happy birthday to her, please? She does a wonderful job.
Only if she'll tell us how old she is. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Charlene. Happy birthday to you.
And many more. Thank you for the wonderful job that you do. Thank you. And now let me see. I lost my place here. No, I didn't. This evening, the invocation will be delivered by Pastor Dane Davis of First Christian Church, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Police Chief Rick Bessinger. So please stand.
Well, thank you, Mayor Garcia. One of my favorite verses in 2 Corinthians talks about smelling like Jesus. This afternoon, I was visiting a senior lady from our church over in Adelanto, lives in a small one-bedroom apartment. Her husband was doing something he does once a month. He was pan-frying a T-bone steak. And as I was there in their little family room, the smoke was filling the entire apartment. I stayed 10 minutes and smelled like T-bone steak on the way out. And as I was smelling my shirt on the drive back to the office, I thought, Jesus is trying to tell me something. We talk about speaking like Jesus, acting like Jesus. For those of us that hold him up as the greatest role model, why not think tonight about smelling like Jesus? Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you've given us. We thank you for our city leaders, for Mayor Garcia, each of these city council members. And we come to you each city council meeting and ask for your wisdom. Because, Lord, we don't have all the answers. And so we pray that your wisdom would be upon these leaders of ours tonight. Guide them in their decisions that they make, Lord. Give them unity and wisdom in their decisions. Lord, we pray that you would give them boldness to make the difficult decisions that need to be made for the betterment of our city. And we pray once again, Lord, that your empowerment and grace would be upon them as they make these decisions. So as these decisions are carried out in the days and weeks to come, God, this city of Victorville would prosper more tomorrow than it did yesterday. I thank you for these leaders. I pray that you'd be with them tonight. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This evening, we do not have any proclamations or special presentations. Therefore, I'll have our city clerk present the agenda to the council.
The Victorville City Council welcomes the public's participation in tonight's meeting. Anyone wishing to speak during public comment or on a particular item will be required to fill out a white speaker card located in the lobby and give it to the city clerk. The mayor will call upon each individual who has submitted a speaker card. Comments are to be limited to 3 minutes per individual or less as deemed necessary by the mayor. All communications are to be addressed directly to the City Council, not to the members of the audience. In accordance with state law, the City Council may not discuss or take action on any non-agenda items. The Council may receive testimony and set the matter to a subsequent meeting. Any person or group who interferes with the conduct of a City Council meeting by interrupting and or disrupting the meeting is subject to removal. A peace officer may be requested to assist with removal should any person or group fail to comply with an order of removal by the presiding officer. Any person or group who resists removal by a peace officer is subject to arrest and prosecution. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any items on this agenda that might be a conflict of interest to any council member or board member should be identified at this time. Does anyone have a conflict of interest on any item, agenda item? No? Then I move on to appeal hearings. Item number 1, a public hearing to hear arguments for and against an appeal of a planning commission action, case number plan 18-00048, appellant Robert Landwehr. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I'm sorry? Okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you read the recommendation?
That the City Council approve resolution number 19-063, attachment B1, denying the appeal and affirming the decision of the Planning Commission to approve case number PLAN 18-00048.
Thank you. At this time, council members, do you have any questions of staff? You have a 2-minute time limit.
Yes, I have a couple of questions, and I've also timed them like Mrs. Jones to be able to have the responses. I would like the same equanimity be provided to me as a council member. So my first question is, where are the records that indicate from our consumer base that the planning department processes are streamed for efficiency?
Are you done?
I would point, thank you for the question. I would point to attachment E provides all of the communication and the noticing that was provided for this item.
Would you tell me what attachment E consists of? Because I asked for the department's processes, and those are not processes that the department uses.
Well, to focus the question on the item before you, item E provides the noticing that's required by CEQA and the timing that's associated with that.
And does the city have any external support from our client base in terms of the processes being equitable, not just to our developers, but also to our property owners?
Again, in that attachment, it goes through the noticing process. This project was noticed in the paper, also property owners within 300 feet. So it is a public notice, and that's where the Planning Commission held a public hearing on July 10th to hear arguments for and against the project.
And what has the city of Victorville done to clear the bureaucratic tape and the incessant long procedures to allow our clients to go through the permitting process in a reasonable time period?
That's a tough question.
I don't even know how to answer that because I'm not aware of, what bureaucratic red tape is when you consider and know the inner workings of how our process works. I think it's just an outlandish, inaccurate reflection of the process that we administer as the development department.
And I appreciate your comment, but I have further evidence of the outlandish lies that are portrayed to be directed, and I can bring people to talk specifically on council meetings for 3 minutes to show that type of evidence, so it's not outlandish. So I thank you for not being able to respond, but currently I myself have faced that type of animosity that the city manager professes that is not here. And lastly, what was the last time that the city visited the process to take any encumbrances in the process emitted by the city? Of course, again, when was the last time that the city visited the process to take any encumbrances in the processes that have been emitted by the city?
That sounds like an accounting-related question, and that's likely something that occurs on a daily routine in the finance department. If you want greater specificity, we can identify that, but I certainly believe that's off subject. I think this item is A1, which is an appeal hearing dealing with a land use decision of the Planning Commission, an appealed matter involving a solar development project north and east of the airport. I think it'd be appropriate
And to
at this
go
time
again,
to get focused back on that.
you have misinterpreted the nature of my question. It has nothing to do
Madam
with
Mayor,
finances.
point of order on this. Madam Mayor, the agenda item is, as our city manager just spoke, it's an appeal hearing in response to a decision that our Planning Commission makes. So what's being, the remarks that have been said for the last moment or two are not responsive to the actual agenda item.
And so I'd like to
Correct.
refute what this member has said. I still
Mayor, is
have
my point well
I
taken?
still have my time.
Madam Mayor, is my point well taken? That being the case, then
And
then
again,
Councilmember Gomez
when
needs
was
to
the
move
last
on.
time that the city visited the process? It has nothing to do with finances, and it's very relevant to today's
You have 30
appellant.
seconds.
Robert has come in here as the appellant, and I'm questioning because it's not just him. It has to do with the appealing process. And so it's very relevant and very contextualized, but if you cannot respond to that question, I have no further questions
I
for
think
you.
the
I
easy
appreciate
response-
it. I'm sorry, if I would not be interrupted during my minutes, I would greatly appreciate it. I can be quiet after my 30 seconds, 15, 10 seconds. I render every respect that every single council member gets here. When Jones
time
did a
is
point
up.
of order, I got quiet
We have a point
for
of
terms
order.
of respect.
Point
And
of
so I
order.
would like the same thing
Okay.
rendered to me. So as a point
Your
of
time is
order,
up. It's a point
as a point of order now, I
Okay.
would like to state that the consistent interruption of the council member who is speaking is not only disrespectful,
Warning
it
number one.
also shows a lack of respect to the position.
Warning number
and so
one.
that was my first and initial point of contact, like
Andre,
Mrs. Jones just had
warning number
today.
two.
So I appreciate you.
Warning number
Thank
two.
you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
so I think that first of all, we need to follow what the protocols are for points of orders. When a point of order is stated, there needs to be a ruling, and then we move on based on the ruling. It's certainly appealable, but I've heard no appeal, only a complaint about representative government at this point. The other thing is, if Councilmember Gomez would like to gain a better understanding of how the appeal process works and how the city deals with these kind of things, my counsel would be to request an agenda item that would allow for such a presentation.
So I'd also like to say that, Councilmember Jones, you didn't ask for a point of order. You just blurted out your information, kind of like I just did right now.
No, she did ask.
She did not ask, and you didn't give her permission. We can
Okay.
play the recording.
I have a question.
I'm counting.
I noticed in the detailed material that we received, the gentleman had argued the point of not having a roadway to his 5 acres, and I know that it was provided. My only question is, would he be affected by climate change or any negative effects for the fact that his 5 acres is within the solar field?
Yeah, that point was brought up in the responses. There has been studies about the heat island effect of these dark panels, but what's been found is that the dissipation of that heat is not to a level that would be significant for a project such as this.
Would that also be the case that since he does not live on the 5 acres, I read that he camps on it, so he comes and enjoys the environment. So my only question is a question of health and safety. I know that he now has a road, so that was a complaint that he had. But my concern is the question that his 5 acres is right in the midst of the solar field. And you have found that there will be no negative effect on his health, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Jones, did you have?
I have no questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Did you have? Jen?
Was it 5 acres or 10 acres?
It is 5 acres.
I'm going to move to entertain the following motion. I move to deny the Planning Commission's approval for Plan Number 18-00048 and approve the appeal.
That would be a denial of the applicant's due process. He hasn't even had his ability to talk to the council yet.
I appreciate the correction. I stand corrected. That will come after we hear the appellant.
So, nobody else has anything else?
Madam Mayor, I think I have some questions, but they may be answered. The appellate, the appellate has appealed this to the council. He's appealing the Planning Commission decision. I'd like to hear from the appellate, and I may have some
Very
comments
well.
or questions. Thank you.
Very well.
And as a point of order, I would like the city attorney to remind the appellant of his time limitation, if he does have any, to be able to direct his concerns to the council.
You're getting ahead of me here. I will continue. At this time, I open the public hearing. And I do have the appellant, Bob, and I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name.
I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I hate to interrupt. Distinct difference legally between the public hearing and appeal hearing. Mr. Attorney, isn't this an appeal hearing?
This is an appeal hearing, and in an appeal hearing, typically what you do as the body hearing the appeal is to determine whether or not the underlying body, namely here the Planning Commission, erred in its decision. That being said, per the municipal code, you have the ability to either affirm the Planning Commission decision, reverse the Planning Commission decision, or to modify that decision. You have a very extensive record before you with respect to all of the Planning Commission information that you've all had the opportunity to review and go over. And with respect to the time frames, per your policy manual, the appellant's given 5 minutes. The applicant, whose land use decision he is appealing, typically has 5 minutes to rebut, and then the appellant is given an additional 5 minutes to respond to the applicant. So you can provide additional time if you deem necessary, to the extent there's new information that hasn't been considered.
At this time, you have 5 minutes. So go ahead.
Should I start talking?
As a point of clarification for what the attorney has said, it's my understanding that the appellant, or perhaps it was the applicant, has enough time and it's not necessarily limited so that he is able to be able to tell us what it is. Was that the applicant or the appellant?
I'm
Per
sorry,
the
Ms.
policy
Gomez.
manual, you want me to answer? Per the policy manual, the appellant has 5 minutes to provide new information that we haven't already heard. The applicant then has 5 minutes to respond, and then the appellant once again has an additional 5 minutes within which to respond to anything the applicant may say. If you want to extend time, that would take a majority vote of the council.
Yes, go ahead.
Have information distributed, but we're not hearing the case, we're hearing an appeal. Is this new information? What is it? Because it's too late to read it. We're having the appeal hearing right now.
I was going to address each of those items to you all and summarize them, and it's going to support what I'm saying. You don't have to read it. I would prefer that you do, because it supports my appeal. Am I prohibited from you
No.
reading that or having it?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Could it all be distributed, those? I've tried to give them out to the council people.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
You can start.
Thank you. The stack of papers there, that's the appeal. It's 500 pages. When we first got noticed at the end of May, I apologize. I don't know if it's a mitigated negative declaration. I get it mixed up, but it was 2,000 pages. And that's how we found out about the project surrounding our property. So, well, we scrambled together, my family, and we put together this document, which is called the Comments to Adopt an Initial Mitigated Negative Declaration. And one of the highlighted items I say on it, in addition to the above, there are several statements of facts and omissions that do not support the mitigated negative declaration. And obviously the easement. I'm reading through these 2,000 pages. On page 160, I find out that you take our road away. So we get offended, we get upset about that because we thought it had to do with the environment. But the road is critical to us. So the big thing is land use. And it says, based on, this is what it says in your documents, not in front of you, but the study, based on landowner interviews, the site has primarily been vacant for the past several decades. That's absolutely not true. I came to the hearing, to this council meeting, July 15th of 2008, when you took it from us for 3 years. You seized it illegally, and we talked about that. On February 17th, 2009, Mr. Cox, you were the city manager. Linda Eisman, she came in and spoke to you, spoke to the rest of the council about the reneging of her property, about an abandoned trailer preventing her from getting to her house. This is a theme that runs throughout all of this, that the property's vacant. The property's not vacant. It was vacant when you did Victorville 2 because you're going to have it vacant. You took it. But it's not vacant. We've been using it the whole time except for those 3 years that you've had it. Page 1, this is in front of you. It's the ground lease. It's 62 pages long. I just put some of the pages in here. It talks about our parcel 5 different times on February 19th, February 12th, February 19th of 2019. It's mentioned 5 different times. I listened to the council hearing because I'm researching everything because this is just strange to me. This has been going on for over 2 years and we're just finding out about this. Our parcel's listed 5 times. And I'm expecting one of you to say, wait, it's a contract. Where's the third party? Does he know what's going on? Does the family know what's going on? No. None of you asked that basic question. How come we can't be informed? You take away our road, it talks about the easement. In the same contract, it marries Victorville to our easement and indemnifies Middle River Power. Middle River Power has nothing to do with our easement. It's only Victorville. But you can't tell us? We can't be a part of a contract? Can you answer my questions, or you're not allowed to answer my questions?
We're not allowed to.
Okay, all right. The next thing on page 11 you have in front of you, if you go through it, I refer to as the Eisman swindle. The Eisman, Mrs. Linda Eisman, who spoke to Mr. Cox when he's city manager, she complained. You offered us $522,000 for the property, and you reneged on it. Somehow, it's part of the Victorville 2 footprint parcels. You guys wanted it real bad. It's always been part of the eminent domain for Victorville 2 through the California Energy Commission, yet you somehow get title for $84,000. It was set up for solar panels in 2008, and now it's only $84,000 for solar panels?
Represent the Eisermans?
No, she's just a neighbor that lived down the street.
Wondered
Yeah.
what it had to do with this.
The next thing you have on page 14, this is the research that was regarding the heat island effect. I don't know if you read what Scott Webb wrote.
You have 30 seconds.
He just said he talked to the author. I'm sorry, but there's research, there's a heat island effect. It's right here, it's document. He's not a scientist, these people are. You guys took from the CEC, you took Victorville 2, the licensing project, you said we can make this work, just do it. The parcel's vacant. It's not vacant. All along this process, no matter who you talk to, they say it's vacant. It's not.
Madam Mayor, I want to move to allow him additional time because I have some questions that I would like to ask him. So,
You're requesting?
Well, I keep saying that it's not vacant. I was out there and it's vacant, so maybe I don't know where the property is.
I think we have a motion on the floor that's been second. I would like to know the time allotment so that this gentleman can continue speaking.
I'm sorry. I thought we'd taken a vote. Yes.
I have a motion by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Councilmember Gomez to allow additional time. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those
Hold
opposed?
on, hold on, hold on. I do have a comment. So additional time is just way too subjective for me. I'd like to make a fixed time, so I would like to allow the appellant an additional 5 minutes. So that's my substitute motion.
And I would like to substitute that to double that time of what Ms. Jones has stated.
So the latest substitute motion is to allow an additional 10 minutes. Is there a second to that?
I'll second it because I want to give him ample opportunity, but I would request that we have some new information, not go over the same thing that we've read. That's, we don't need additional 10, 20, or an hour to.
The property has always been occupied by our family camping on it.
Hold on, we have.
I seconded the
sorry.
motion for the additional 10 minutes total.
Yeah, I have a motion and a second for additional 10 minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And as a point of order, before you speak and your time starts, I would like to let my colleagues know that because we do have this as an agenda item, we are allowed to respond to the appellant. However, if we are not able to respond to public comment, it's because it's not an agendized item. So we can answer your questions, sir, and my colleagues need to be aware of that.
Okay. There's a lot of information here, and I understand, and I'm rushed trying to get it all to you. Simply put, I encourage any one of you to go home, pick a city anywhere in California, call, ask for the planning department. Hey, a hypothetical question. There's a billionaire company that's coming to town, and he wants to develop a 642-acre parcel, and there's a family in the center that's been there for 70 years that uses their parcel as a campground, their family campground. They come on weekends, some they come just for the day. The longest they stay is 3 or 4 days. Should we let them know? It's going to be about 2 years before we get all this stuff done, but should we let them know we're going to develop something entirely around them? The phone will go dead. Excuse me? They're going to say, what do you Of course, that's part of planning. We talk to the people involved in the process. There's a heat island effect. It's in your documents. It's from a scientist. I'm sorry, your planner's not a scientist. Okay? He referenced that he spoke to the author that wrote the article. Okay? It's a 5 to 7 degree spread of temperature. Okay? That has to be mitigated. It's not mitigated. We weren't given the opportunity to participate in this process. None. 2,000 pages we're supposed to read and somehow get a response to y'all when we're so focused on you took our road away, because we can't get to our parcel if you take our road away. So at the Planning Commission, we spend an hour talking about the road. They wouldn't listen. I had to do this. I had to do an appeal for someone to finally say, oh, you know what, he's right.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question? I tried to search some documents to find easements, and there's no easements recorded for roads. Is it true that if you use a particular trail for a particular length of time that you automatically have established a right of easement?
Not as against a governmental entity, no. But as my understanding in the Planning Commission decision, the accommodations have been made as part of the CUP process for the property owner to have ample access to his property. So that issue has been addressed by the Planning Commission.
Okay, but what hasn't been answered is apparently the appellant disagreement where they're going to leave the access, but I don't think that's been determined.
No, that's not at all. It was initially until you said, he caught us. In my opinion, I caught you cheating. You took something.
Me?
No, I caught the city.
Well, no, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
Okay. The next thing you have is about Ord Mountain, 444 solar acre field. It was here in San Bernardino County. It required an environmental impact report. I have yet to find any in California solar field that doesn't require an environmental impact report. Why is that? On page 19, this is ethical principles in planning. It was adopted in 1992. If your people follow this, we're not here tonight. None of this takes place. It's called ethical principles in planning. Page 23. Statements of facts that are not true. The initial study has been prepared to identify and assess the anticipated environmental impacts of the High Desert Solar Project. And it cites the CEQA sections. The night before the hearing, I finally get in touch with the planner, and he responds in an email. Is there something in particular that you need to bring to my attention that has not been analyzed? Yeah, we live there part-time. We don't live there full-time, but we live there part-time. It's ours. Why can't we do that? Land use. Based on landowner interviews, the site has been primarily vacant for the past several decades. Not true. Can't you just give us a call? Can't you write us a letter? Can't you ask us? When you sued us, we got all personal notices at our door. On the second page, page 24, every step of the way. This is from the final initial study. It should be noted that the parcel is currently vacant. The parcel in the middle of the project site is currently vacant. The parcel in the middle of the solar field area is not part of the proposed project and is currently vacant. And this is a key word here. And is thus not considered a sensitive receptor by the Air Pollution Control District. See, InCorp, they're of the opinion that it's vacant because that's what the CEC licensing for Victorville 2 said, which you guys just followed as a blueprint. We're just going to take this, dust it off, and we're going to follow it. Well, it's changed because it's not vacant. We picnicked there. We camped there. Things change when that happens, when there's people on site. It triggers mitigation. it triggers a responsibility that things need to be mitigated. That's why that clause is there by E-Corp. The parcel in the middle of the solar field area that is not part of the proposal is currently vacant. It has to be vacant because the CEC licensing case for Victorville 2 said it was. This is at the Planning Commission hearing. 642 acres of primarily vacant land. Again, that theme carries all the way across. It's not vacant. Here tonight, in front of you, by Planner Webb, it says, to this day, the 5-acre property is currently vacant. It's not. We live there, part-time. The last page, it's the case law regarding the importance of an EIR. The EIR is intended to demonstrate to an apprehensive citizenry that the agency has in fact analyzed and considered the ecological implications of its actions. It's supposed to be a document of accountability. It's supposed to be. This is taken from the very first, I'm going back to something that's in the documents, but it refers to air quality. Would the project expose sensitive receptors to substantial pollutant concentrations? California Resources Board has identified the following groups of individuals as most likely to be affected by the air pollution: the elderly over 65, children under 14, athletes and other persons with cardiovascular and chronic respiratory issues, such as asthma, emphysema, and bronchitis. That's us. But it says further, this is the closest receptor is a single-family residence located approximately 4,100 feet west of the generally upwind from the site. You can't have it both ways. The residents, not even close to the project, could be affected, but they're too far away. What about the folks in the center? I sent an email to Mr. Webb, which he responded to, asked 3 scenarios. It's from a real person, Jenny. She camps with us. She's 80 years old. She has breathing problems. She can't have a wood-burning fire. She has to have a propane fire. So I asked very simply, this construction scenario, we're outside, and there's an odor. She starts having breathing problems. We got to get her inside the motorhome, outside of this odor. I tracked the odor down to the hill because we're surrounded by a lot of dump sites that's been taking place over the last 12 years, and there's a hazmat team cleaning up the site. According to the planning department here, oh, you know what? It doesn't affect you. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry, it just affected Jenny. Why doesn't it affect us? Well, because you're not part of the construction team. No, we're camping there. It's ours. We've done it for 70 years. The city of Victorville, in my opinion, hasn't followed policies and best practices as been identified in the grand jury before on the previous taking of our property. I shared with you the principles of basic planning. Way out of bounds. State law. You didn't follow CEQA. You can claim all you want that we got that notice because we're 300 feet away after you spent 2 years developing this, and somehow you got your notification. It doesn't work that way. I stand behind what I wrote in my appeal. It's very clear.
You have 30 seconds.
The truth. Mr. Webb came to the Planning Commission and said, I don't know about anything Mr. Landwehr was giving to the panel. He's the one that told me to bring it, to bring 10 copies. The truth of the matter is, it's not vacant. Thank you for your time.
Now we will hear from the applicant, Dennis Korn. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question of our attorney?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Mr. DeBornowski, since our appellant had the benefit of 15 minutes, is it then appropriate in the spirit of the appeal hearing that the applicant also have 15 minutes? Because the policy was originally written 5 minutes per, but if we've given 15 minutes to the applicant or the appellant,
The benefit of actually.
It would be appropriate to give the same amount of time to
Oh,
the
15
applicant, an
minutes.
additional
Yeah,
10
it
minutes,
would be
correct.
If he requests it, we don't know that he needs it.
Well, I think following the same policy, I think we should also abide by making the
Okay.
motion and
Okay.
making the second and having the vote, not just,
But that's not necessary, it's in the policy manual.
okay, well, the 5 minutes is, but not the additional 10
Yeah,
minutes,
But
so,
if we give, the policy manual anticipates if we give somebody extra time, the applicant also gets the extra time.
thank you.
I'm sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
Okay, shall I start? Again, my name is Dennis Korn. I work for Middle River Power. They're Vice President of Development and Projects and been leading the development of the solar project here in Victorville. As many of you know, it's a 108 megawatt solar PV project with the potential of adding a battery energy storage system there as well. There'll be about 50 megawatts if we were to move forward with that. And it, as you know, I think it's been mentioned a couple of times, it's to the northeast of the Southern California Logistics Airport, up in that general direction. The project is, that size of a project is going to create enough power for about 47,000 homes to be able to supply them with effectively, pollution-free, power, because with that particular project, it emits less, or it will lead to over, let's see, quick my number, 235,000 metric tons of CO2 not to be emitted in the air that otherwise would have been emitted if it was generated with fossil fuels. So it is very clean. It will help the state as well as the city to meet its renewable energy goals, and is a project that will also end up creating about 250 jobs during the construction period. And then once it goes into operation, we'll have about 50 people on periodic basis, for maintenance and cleaning and things of that nature. So, from the environmental and emissions perspective, as I said, it's a very clean energy fuel, resource. It avoids the release of CO2 emissions. It's on previously disturbed land. As we know, about 350 acres was previously homestead sites. So it's, there's cement pads, there's old structures there. So it's land, it's not pristine land, it's not agricultural land. It's land that has been previously used for another purpose and is now, would now be used to generate this renewable energy. It's going through this process. We've had a number of meetings with local, state, and federal authorities to address all the potential concerns and impacts that the project would have, and we're working through that with all the various agencies to determine what is the impact, and then, of course, then what is the mitigation that's associated with that impact. And through that process, we've talked to the city of Adelanto. We've obviously talked to the city of Victorville. We've also working with Victorville Municipal Utilities District, Utility Services, the Southern California Edison, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority. So it's just an example of the various groups that we've been collaborating with and working with to identify, any development issues, any environmental issues, any impact issues that we need to address. And also, we've worked with Congressman Cook and his office to decide what to address what might be some potential concerns. And we with the development of the project, we've been able to garner support from variety of sources or communities within the area. We have the support of labor for the project. We have support from Supervisor Lovingood, from State Senator Wilk, and from the Victor Valley Chamber of Commerce. And I have copies of their letters of support that I can provide. I can either hand it out to everybody or hand it over to the city clerk and a couple other quick items maybe to talk about. Mr. Landwehr has talked about how this is first he's heard of the solar project was when the notice went out. We actually tried to reach out to him back in 2017 a number of times to buy his land through our real estate broker, and never could get a response back from him. And then with respect to the road access, I think everybody understands that through the City Planning Commission, the Planning Commission's determination and order, we were to provide a different access than what we had previously provided. It's not that we didn't provide him any access. The Planning Commission decided that the access that we provided was not sufficient, and we've worked out with the city engineer and the city as to what would be that appropriate access. So that's been addressed, and as part of the additional dealings with the city and the planning department on the project. So with that, that's my few comments. I'm happy to answer any questions or if anybody has anything at this time.
Is his time up? The 5 minutes?
He has additional time if he needs it, but if he's done.
Would you like additional time?
No, I've had my everything I wanted to bring out.
It would be appropriate now to let the appellant have an additional 5 minutes to respond to any comments. And then we should go to public comments if there are any, and those should be a 3-minute time limit.
Okay.
Very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Mr. Landwehr would now have an additional 5 minutes.
I'm not aware of getting anything from, we get a lot of stuff from realtors wanting to buy property. If that took place, why would I have any, when did that happen? Is it Mr. Korn? When did we get something in the mail from you? Okay, when was that, sir?
Sir, I'm sorry,
Oh,
you have to direct.
I apologize, but he said 2017. Who is he in 2017? From a realtor mails something out. What connection does he have with the city of Victorville in 2017? Is there an agreement to build a power plant? There's none that I'm aware of. I would have liked him to say, or if it was on there, hey, we're building a power plant in Victorville. Hey, great, let's talk about numbers. Because each 5-acre parcel brings in about $50,000 a year. The Iceman's parcel, $100,000 a year. $100,000 a year, and you got it leased back to him for $84,000.
Not me.
The city did. Excuse me. I'm sorry if I'm focused on you, Mr. Cox. Oh, I'm just looking up. Don't take it personal. What you have in front of you with the new way you want to approve it, it contradicts the contract. The ground lease contract, which should be in this whole process. The public should be able to see the ground lease contract. How's the money working? I mean, it's just open transparency is how it's supposed to be, because the ground lease contract marries Victorville to our easement, indemnifies Middle River Power. At the Planning Commission hearing, and it's now in this, what you want to adopt, it says Middle River Power is now going to do something with our easement. They contradict one another. They're absolutely opposed to one another. So who's taking care of the easement? According to the contract, which we didn't know anything about, weren't a part of, but according to the contract, Victorville handles it. According to what's in front of you tonight, Middle River Power does. You guys aren't playing together. There's a big miss. Just like E-Corp and your planner They're not playing on the same page. There's information that comes from E-Corp that's different from the city of Victorville. They're supposed to be together. The lead agency is supposed to say, yeah, we're together on this, and that's the role of the Planning Commission. It all equals out. No, folks, it doesn't. There's mitigation things that are addressed, that's in front of you, that need to be addressed. And that's done through an environmental impact report, which for some reason they don't have to do. I don't know why that is. Thank you.
Mr. Korn, did you need additional time? Yes, go ahead.
Access. What we have worked out with the city and the city engineer and the planning department is how that access would go from the edge of the lease area to Landwehr's parcel. So we don't own the property. The Southern California Logistics Airport Authorities who owns the property, so they'll be the ones that will have to grant the easement. But we've identified what that access is and what the legal description would be for that.
And you worked with the city engineers department to arrive at that easement?
Yes, sir.
For the property?
Right. Well, to arrive at what that access would be.
Would be, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I know, I don't think the easement's been recorded yet, but we've provided what that legal description would look like.
Is that going to be a public easement for access or a private easement for an individual to reach his property?
I can't answer that, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it'll be settled later with planning and the engineering department, or in the legal department. I was just curious, so, because I don't think it should be open to the general public.
Well, and then after that, I also have a question.
Mr. Cox, I think I can add a little clarification. Those details have not been worked out yet, but what will be provided is a 30-foot wide access across airport property to the parcel. But all the details haven't been worked out yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Brian, before you leave, I also have a question for you. It's
You wanna
probably
speak?
pertinent to
Did you want to speak?
to what Cox would say.
Did you wanna
and my
speak?
question is, what is
She-
the legal description for the easements
Press.
since you negotiated the access, or I'm hearing the negotiations mid-power with the city were, and let me repeat that because I was being interrupted in the process. What is the legal description for the easement since you negotiated the access with the city midterm in terms with us?
Well, those details haven't been worked out yet on a legal description and an easement, but the Planning Commission condition was to provide access to the property, and it would be reviewed by the city engineer. So we still need to work out those details, but there will be a 30-foot access, and the access will be graded so that it will be smooth and it can be, a vehicle could drive across that access.
Thank you.
Sorry. I was just out there. No roads graded out there. I mean, nobody's grading those roads.
Correct. So that would happen as part of this project. So when the project, assuming the project would achieve entitlement and achieve permitting, that would happen during construction, is when it would be graded.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a question. I asked this question before. This gentleman that spoke to us before you came up here is still the owner of the 5 acres. Is this not correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
He's still the owner. Number 2, he has access to that 5 acres because there will be an access roadway to his property, correct?
In the future, there will be an access, as I described, across
that is the
airport property.
contention that there will be one for him, correct?
What access will be provided, yes.
Access will be provided. Number 3, I asked the question. His 5 parcels are right almost in, well, I would say in the middle of the solar field. In the question of health, how does it affect him in such a way that he has not he's not in the process of wanting to sell his property. I am not asking whether he will or won't. But since he likes to camp out there on those 5 acres whenever he wishes, and he will have access to his 5 parcels, how the fact that it is in the center of the solar field, what are the danger health-wise? Is there any that in terms of climate change or environmental impact?
I don't think I'm the best person to answer that question. The environmental document covered the potential impacts and the mitigations for those, but I'm really not the best person to answer that question. I'm not familiar with all the mitigation measures in the environmental document.
Who would be able to answer that question? Oh, thank you. Scott.
Yes, thank you. What I'd like to do is just give a little context too, because I want to state that these panels, these are photovoltaic panels. These are the same panels that you would have on a residential development. They're the same panels that will be used when all residential structures are required to have solar starting next year. Regarding the impacts, you brought up the global warming, or they mentioned the heat island effect. Yeah, that was discussed. It doesn't have the impact that you would raise to a level of significance. And that's why a mitigated and negative declaration can be approved in this case.
I read about the runoff of the rain or water, and there's no impact. I also read that he had been offered, let's say, almost $500,000, and then it fell through. Whether he wants to sell it or not, will those 5 acres in any way impact the solar field?
You have 30 seconds.
In other words, because he refuses to sell, how does this affect the solar field and the enterprise? Does it affect it at all, that he's right in the middle?
No, similar to properties that are still vacant in the city, as the city develops around them, the development will occur. Okay. Like city engineer Brian Gingler stated, access will still be provided to the site. That's all.
The reason I asked that question is, would these 5 acres hold back the development of the solar field? Will it affect the business if he is remaining on those 5 acres, even though he doesn't live on it? He just visits and camps and whatever else.
Your time is up.
No, the development has been proposed to preserve the 5 acres in its current state without impact.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, if I might, speaking to your question number 2, I'd like to just offer a little bit more clarity as to the access, because I think it's relative to your question just asked as to whether or not this particular parcel not being included in the project, does it impact the project? And the answer, as I understand it, is no. The project has been designed around this particular 5 acres. In speaking to the access element, while you have physical dirt road access, the dirt road access to the subject 5 acres of Mr. Landwehr is not perfected by easement. There aren't any legal instruments that we can find that prove that road to legally exist. So they're effectively driving or accessing their property through somebody else's property, if you will. Irrespective, the one thing about this project going forward that I think we're hearing is that with the project going forward and the access easement being provided in similar fashion to how the unperfected dirt road access exists, is actually perfecting or improving the 5 acre Landwehr parcel by giving it legal access, if you will. So as far as the camping is concerned, or whatever it is they want to do on that property, they can still do that, and they can actually do it legally by crossing through the proposed project.
I simply want to make a statement. I wanted to make clear to everyone that there is no infringement on the ownership of 5 acres, and thank you.
I also, oh, I'm sorry.
Just Thank you. I do have follow-on questions as a result of the presentations, but I certainly will defer to Councilmember Gomez if she wishes to go first.
So, in light of what's happening, it's very clear that the information has been obfuscated. The presentation. It appears to me that the city is seemingly and amiably trying to accommodate access. However, from the appellant's perspective, his line is being jeopardized and encumbered by this project, this proposed project. So now I'm just literally confused as to what is really trying to happen on both sides. I'm trying to be very equanimable, but it's difficult when I think everything's being not transparent to council.
What I can state, and it's in the conditions of approval, is that access will be provided to Mr. Landmore's property, and it will be as currently proposed from the same point of entry that he has historically used to access his site.
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. So the applicant provided us with a little packet of endorsements from our first district supervisor, our Senator Scott Wilk, the Victor Valley Chamber of Commerce, and the California Unions for Reliable Energy. At least for the elected officials that I just mentioned, I know that they don't hand out endorsements willy-nilly at all. So certainly having these endorsements means something to me. That said, what the appellant here has said means something to me as well. In fact, the appellant gave us in his packet on his page 19 the ethical principles in planning, and in the second paragraph it starts off by saying the planning process exists to serve the public interest. And so from that, I ask my questions. So will you please confirm that there's not presently a legal per se road, but what we're offering is by way of this project is better, a road with better access ultimately?
That is correct, as the city manager stated.
Okay. And then absent vacancy, the appellant stated that mitigation would be triggered. Please define for the purposes of this project, how does one define vacancy and how is vacancy determined?
Vacancy is normally related to an undeveloped site.
Would you consider the site undeveloped?
Yes.
Okay, and why was there no EIR?
Because the impact, what you do is you first start off with an initial study and you measure the impacts. Usually projects that gain that level of that require an environmental impact report is because you're unable to mitigate those impacts to the environment to a level of less than significance. In this case, there was consultation with Fish and Wildlife. All of those biological impacts have been mitigated. Usually what you can't mitigate is some traffic impacts or air quality impacts. But due to the low impact of a solar field that's essentially unmanned, it doesn't raise to that level of significance. And that's what's been analyzed throughout the environmental documents, and that's why it came to a determination by the Planning Commission on July 10th to approve the mitigated negative declaration.
Okay, and did I understand you correctly that these types of solar panels are what we often see in our neighborhoods, and in the days coming we're going to see them more often because it's now mandated by the state?
That is correct.
Okay, and so for every property that builds one of those, we don't need an EIR, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then just, I'm not sure that I'm completely clear on this. Who's going to handle the easement? Is it Victorville or Middle River Power?
Usually the developer proposes how they're going to handle access, and in this case, the project was conditioned specifically for the city engineer to review the legal access to his parcel. And so it would ultimately be the city engineer, the city, that would review and approve that easement.
So ultimately, it's our responsibility. Is that what we're saying? Beyond the planning of it, we're going to be responsible for the easement.
Yeah.
I can provide a little clarification to that. So there are several airport parcels, and so there will be a legal description that will show the access across those parcels. It'll be 30 feet wide. So that'll be reviewed by us. If we need to consult with the city attorney, we will. It'll just be put in a standard easement form, and so it's pretty routine. And then the city would grant, the airport authority actually would grant an access easement to that property, and that would be recorded, and that would perfect the legal access to that property.
Got it. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I think that's everyone now. Did you have
any,
one speaker card?
Yes, they should have the speaker
Yes.
cards, and that'd be 3-minute limitation on that.
Ramiro Rodriguez, 3 minutes.
When I first read this agenda item, I said, well, this is private. It's more private than actually city. But then I tortured myself and read the almost 500 pages twice. And it just seems that somebody put on their shoes and then they wanted to put on their socks. Doesn't work that way. What is abandonment? Somebody goes to my house, on my cabin in the Big Bear. I use it maybe 4 or 5 times a year. It's abandoned most of the time. But just because no one's there, you can say, hey, no one's living there, it's abandoned. He has documentation that he's been there since 1950. You can't just go and say, there's property behind my house that has weeds and everything. It belongs to somebody. I can't just go down there and build on it. The thing about this situation is the easement. This gentleman for 70 years has been going on his regular 2-wheel drive truck with his trailer to camp there. Now, after reading this thing twice, what's stated there, the access he's giving, he's going to need a 4-wheel drive truck to access the location. So why, all of a sudden after 70 years, is it going to be difficult for him to gain access to his property? I heard some quotes there that, oh, there's no such thing as roads. They're just trails. But that's how this whole country started, with trails. They became streets and then roads and then freeways. Look at Route 66. So whether it's a little trail that he accesses through wherever he needs to access, the city, the builder, and the airport are infringing on its liberty to pursue for happiness, to go camping with his family, whether he decides 1 or 5 times a year or once every 10 years. That's up to him. Not for anybody else to have a different opinion. Because I have land too, I have property too. I don't want the city coming up here and telling me what I can do. Now they take it from me, they take the access. Heck, even the cable company has easements to access their equipment on my property. It says so when I bought my house. It says easement right here. They have access between 5-6 feet. That's true for everybody. Everybody should know that. Right here, the situation that this wasn't access to rightful dialogue from the very beginning. And this is what's happening. What's going to happen is the city's going to go through very expensive litigation. Again, I don't think this gentleman's going to stay sitting down. So think about it. Maybe sitting down in a
Your
nice
time
quiet
is up.
room. And I didn't get the 30-second warning. Thank you.
That was the only card that I had on this item.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, if I might, just to sum it up, and certainly appreciate the time and the deliberation on this matter. This item, as you know, is an appeal hearing, and the appeal was submitted with 4 grounds or 4 forms of basis for the appeal, which are identified on page 2 of the staff report. The first of the appellant's basis for appeal One was allegation that the city failed to comply with the noticing required by CEQA. And with that, I think it's important to note that the appeal hearing was also designed to listen to any reasons the appellant believed that there was an error in the decision by the Planning Commission. So this is one of those grounds alleged. And I should note, because it's deeper in the staff report, where on page 73 of the agenda, it actually identifies recognition by the appellant itself that it had actually received notice on May 23rd, 2009 of the Planning Commission hearing forthcoming. So with respect to grounds established in item number 1 that there was a failure to comply with the noticing requirement, at least in the backup documentation summarizing the actual Planning Commission hearing, certainly appears that there was an acknowledgement, despite the comments you heard tonight, that there was a proper notice in place. Second grounds for appeal was the allegation that his land was being taken. Question as to whether or not we've been convinced that the property has been taken. The fact that it is not owned by the airport authority, in this case is the underlying property owner for the surrounding properties, that the property is still privately owned, presuming by the appellant, and the fact that access is being perfected and even physically improved. I guess the question for this council is, with that, does it believe that the property is being taken as a result of the Planning Commission's approval of the project? The third basis is his displeasure or its displeasure with past decisions and actions of the City Council. Not sure how that really factors into this CEQA-related consideration, but certainly haven't heard much tonight on that particular point in the appeal. And then finally, the fourth grounds for appeal was distrust of developers and the development process. Again, I'm not exactly sure that personal feelings about developers and the development process really rise to the level of justifying appeal. But that being said, with respect to item 1 and 2, certainly seem to be grounds for the appeal. The question for this council is whether or not he's proven that the appeal is justified. Staff has assessed all of these items or basis for the appeal, and based upon its assessment is why staff's recommendation is to deny the appeal and affirm the Planning Commission's action to approve case number Plan 18-00048.
Thank you. Thank you for all that information. At this time, I close the public hearing, and I call for a motion and a second.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So I move that the City Council approve Resolution 19-063, denying the appeal and affirming the decision of the Planning Commission to approve case number Plan 18-00048.
And I make a subordinate motion to deny the Planning Commission approval for Plan number 18-00048 and approve the appeal.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure what a subordinate.
To your original motion.
Point of order. I'm not sure as to what Councilmember Gomez is referring to.
Point
when
of
she
order.
Says subordinate motion. There is a substitute motion, but not a subordinate motion. That would make the immediately pending question. If you call it a subordinate, you're making the immediately pending question inferior to what you're proposing to put on the table.
As a point of order, I would direct that you also look at the policies and make sure that you're familiar with the policies. So when a council member does make such a motion, you are aware of the policies. You've been here long enough. We've changed this at least 4 times, so I appreciate that comment.
Thank you. And for years of governance experience, I do know what I'm talking about. So, Madam Mayor, presuming that Councilmember Gomez means substitute motion, which would make that the immediately pending question, I suppose we can move forward.
I appreciate your elaborate correction, but we have spoken with the attorney, and I stand and mine is a subordinated. It's not what you want to call it. It's what I've called it. I've used that in the past, and never have I had an issue. It has been gone through the ears of the city attorney. If you want to change the language and provide that, you're more than welcome. You don't have to approve what I say, but I stand where I'm standing.
I'm not sure what a subordinate motion even is. I think what Councilmember Jones was suggesting is that you correct your proposed motion and make it a substitute motion, so it substitutes her motion.
Well, we have recordings, and I'm not going to change it. This has never been an issue until Mrs. Jones brings it up. I'm not understanding why. We have records in this government archives showing what I have uttered and stated. So there is no need for me to change it. I continue to stand. If there is a policy change and the city manager would like to direct me to that policy, we have used this in the past, and I have used the same very language linguistically and phonetically as such.
In the past, you have used the word substitute. It is common English that a substitute means that it replaces the existing motion. A subordinate motion means that it is something below the existing motion. I don't even know how you consider something like this. This is just an English interpretation. She is suggesting that you change your motion to call it a substitute motion.
And like I said, whether it's subordinate, which is under what she has contained, or what she has suggested, the interpretation stands. If you want to linguistically produce something to state that I've stated something wrong, you're more than welcome, but I don't need to change what I have stated. If there's no motion, the clerk says there is no motion, it dies, and that's where it's left. There is no need to argue the semantics of the things that I'm uttering at this moment. We all have a way that we express the language, whether it's subordination or not. It's still underneath what she has projected.
Councilmember Gomez, can you repeat your motion?
Yes, I will again do this. I'm doing a subordinate motion to be able to deny the Planning Commission approval for plan number 18-00048 and approve the appeal.
Is there a second? There being no second, that motion dies. I do have a motion by Councilmember Jones.
And I second Councilmember Jones's motion to affirm the Planning Commission's decision.
Motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Councilmember Cox. Any further comments?
Yes. I don't know if anybody else has comments. I don't want to go ahead if I'm not going to be given the floor. May I?
You're asking to speak?
Go ahead. So the appellant states that he perceives that his land to be taken and the distress of developers on the development process, along with the appellate displeasure with past decisions and actions of the city, would merit in my encounters with city executive team members and the esoteric development processes as encountered a few weeks ago at the planning department myself, deems worthy of this challenge and my ears to these allegations. The planning process needs to be streamlined for efficiency and done in a way in which the bureaucracy that it stalls and uses its inequities that we have seen. I have emailed the city manager in regards to these issues that I've encountered, which were brought by the appellant. I would be remiss if I failed to state that even Jim Cox, the longstanding city manager of this city for over 3 decades, purported and alleged in a recent meeting the need to bring ordinances, which I refer to as the police powers, to use against property owners. Cox alleged that individuals who purchased land took a stab or a look at city plans and purchased the lands to gain values and increases, such as today appeal that was being implicit and inferred. I find that such practices and powers to be abusive and very pertinent to what this appellant has alleged. An independent investigation into the city's practices would deem a rightfully and also would create the appellant's allegations to be in violations of the events that we have encountered today. Robert, you have the opportunity to bring litigation. If you believe that you have been wronged, anything that you have brought to the city today is full game in a court of law.
Any further comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So, and to our city clerk. I do wish to thank both our appellant and the applicant. This is not an easy process to go through, and I'm sure took much preparation, and I want you to know that all of the council members up here appreciate the tremendous amount of effort that was put into this. With that, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Will the city clerk please repeat the motion?
That the City Council approve Resolution 19-063, denying the appeal and affirming the decision of the Planning Commission to approve case number PLAN 18-00048.
Thank you very much.
And I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Councilmember Cox. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Now we move on to public hearings. And item B1, a public hearing to hear arguments for and against establishing speed zones on certain streets within the city of Victorville. The recommendation is that the City Council introduce ordinance number 2394 at the close of the public hearing. At this time, I'm asking council members if they have any questions of staff, and this is a 2-minute time limit.
I do have a question, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Jim.
I know the standard is to do a survey, and depending upon, I think it's the 85th percentile of what the traffic is moving. But on the other hand, if the traffic is moving at an inordinate speed on a dangerous road, surely there must be means to say, regardless of the 85th percentile, to be safe for the public, the council has the right to reduce the speed. I'm confused about somehow we have to adhere to what the 85th percentile is. Right now, 85% of the people are speeding down 7th Street, and it doesn't save speed, and we hear these complaints continually. You need to tell me that if the engineer does a study and that the people are speeding, then we have to post it to allow them to continue speeding?
Well, the California Vehicle Code has very specific standards and guidelines to follow, and the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices is consistent with the California Vehicle Code. And so really the 85th percentile speed is the standard. There are some provisions called factors not readily apparent to the motorist, but those are very difficult to justify. And so if you don't have a solid justification for reducing the speed, then it will not be enforceable. So say the police issue a citation, for it to actually hold up, if it's challenged, you need to have a traffic engineering survey to justify the speed limit. You can round down 5 miles an hour, but the California Vehicle Code doesn't give you the flexibility to go lower than that. So you somewhat are constrained with those limits.
Thank you. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, I found it very interesting that every 5 years you have to reevaluate the speed limit. Let me ask you, do you believe that with the increase of speed going from 45 to 50, 55 going to 60, that there will be far more traffic problems and possible accidents, or it won't be effective?
I can't speak definitively about that because I don't have data to correlate to higher speeds. My engineering judgment and just what I know over the years is that the higher the speed, the longer it takes to stop. And and the higher the speeds, and this is also taught to drivers, is that you need to allow more distance between vehicles. So while my common sense would tell me that there's more of a potential for accidents at higher speeds, I don't have any data to support that.
This is a mandated requirement that you have to do, correct? There's no way that you can leave it as is?
Yes. The exception to that is there are certain roads that are called prima facie. It's like an automatic speed limit. So on a 2-lane road, under certain conditions, it's more like a highway, and it could be automatically 65 miles an hour. And then on residential streets, Most residential streets are automatically 25 miles an hour. We don't need to do a speed survey for those. And
Thank you.
you bet.
That's also for schools, 20.
There are also school zones, correct.
Anyone else?
Yes. Oh.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
So we recently had a study where many streets, and I'm going to call them major and super arterial streets, we had a survey, did we not?
Yes, this was part of our annual survey. We're on a cycle every 5 years on a number of streets that we conduct speed surveys on.
What did the study do?
The study is used to review the speed limits for each street, and then we either keep the speed limit the same, or if there's justification, it may change.
So did we not decrease by 5 miles?
This year, there were no reductions in speed limits, but there were several streets where the speed limit was increased, and that is in the staff report.
And we're talking about a former one, right? That's going to lead me to a question for this particular one. In terms of the survey that we had, there was no reductions, but instead there were increases on some of the streets. I'm not talking specifically.
Correct.
Okay. So today, with this agenda item, what is its purpose?
Its purpose is to comply with the California Vehicle Code to review speed limits on streets every 5 years, and so we can reestablish the speed limit and adjust it if necessary, and that makes it enforceable by the police.
Okay. So it's my recollection that the last study we did something with 5 miles. In reading this, we're doing something again with 5 miles. If my understanding serves me correctly, we went ahead and went 5 miles under. Today we're going 5 miles above. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm perceiving here, even if we're not doing the 5 adjustments back and forth, which today would reveal that we're not doing anything in terms of just the increase of 5 miles, but we're just doing a standard process of looking at the roads and the codes to be able to justify if a specific increase does function. And with that stated, it makes it seem like the misunderstanding, if there is any, in my recollection of the last study and this study, would mean that there were specific streets that we were able to do that potential decrease. And today we're looking at various other cities with no correlation to today's item to do that specific increase.
We're simply following the procedures in the California Vehicle Code for speed surveys, and we have to update streets every 5 years. That's all we're doing.
Okay, and with the former survey, why wasn't it displayed here for council members to rationally be able to juxtapose the information with Ordinance 2394?
We listed 6 street segments where the speed limits changed. Everything else is remaining the same.
My question was referring to the former study versus it coming, I think it's scaffolded, but it's not supplied
here. The
here.
table attached, the actual ordinance has a list of all the streets in the city that have speed limits.
What page is that?
That's behind the staff report.
Starts on 497.
They're all listed.
Okay, so it's my understanding that you've pulled information from the former study and listed those streets in order to be reflective of the juxtaposition of why we're justifying the speed of 5 miles increase. Is that correct?
This is a table in our city code, and this is the table that will be revised, and the only revisions are listed in the staff report for those 6 streets. So it's an ordinance, and this is actually part of our city code. So this is a list of all the streets in the city that have established speed limits, other than the ones I described, which are the automatic 25-mile-an-hour speed limit for residential streets, as an example.
Okay, so just, you don't have to answer this question, it's just for
Your time is up.
clarification. You didn't provide former with
The time is
what
up.
we have now as just a position. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't miss anyone, did I? No. At this time, I open the public hearing, and I do have some speaker cards. The first one is Maggie Martin, After Maggie, Ramiro Rodriguez. Sebastian? Okay. Ramiro Rodriguez.
I wasn't going to speak up here because the gentleman clarified everything. I was really worried because my daughter's always in a hurry. She's always speeding. I wanted to know if the speed limits have been lowered at any locations, and I guess the answer, rounding about everything, the answer is no. They just raised the speed limits on several locations. I imagine this gives us, the general public, a forum in which to maybe recant about the accepting speed limits and saying maybe they're going too fast. Maybe the city council, they should think about it, from 50 to 60 miles an hour, certain place. I guess that's the reason they allow us to put this in the agenda item so if a concerned citizen wants to oppose the raising of the speed limit, that's the forum to do so. But the important was, while there was no reductions in the speed limits, thank you very much for your time.
Ada McLean.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Garcia, our mayor. And to the Learned Council, my name is Ada McLean, and I'm a resident of Victorville. I've been here since 1981. And this proposal is, I'm understanding, a mandate. So you have to say yay or nay. That's the bottom line. But my biggest problem is when you have let's say someone breaks into your home at 6 in the morning and you call the police because you have an alarm system, but nobody responds. And then by 10 o'clock, they get there. Now, I'm not saying the streets are the concern, but when you have people that you put in place to respond, and they can't because there are so many calls, then our streets are a concern. I can't see anybody flying down a street at any miles an hour in Victorville. To me, there are so many potholes. If you're a local resident traveling, you know how to use easements, what our friend was talking about, and I have another word about easements. But when you try to travel around, you can't do it fast. If you do, you have suspension problems with your car, you have upkeep on your car. So you really have to look at, how are we going to make our city clean again? How are we going to respond to people who are in trouble? That's my concern, and that's what I had to talk about. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, for the last, minute and a half, stand up and just take a breath.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, at this time I close the public hearing. Oh, did you want to? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Your Honor, Counsel. I wasn't prepared, obviously. That's why I asked for a little time delay. So I'm looking at, because when I look at it on the agenda, it appears to me it's talking about decreasing speed limits, which I'm all in favor for. Let's just keep decreasing them. But in this case, we're going to have an increase. And I'm looking at these roads. One moment, I'm sorry. Okay. Bear Valley, Monte Vista, 55 to 60. Bear Valley, Appetite, Spring Valley Lake Parkway, 45 to 50. Hesperia Road, 45 to 50 between Nisqually and Verde. Phantom Road East, Phantom Road West, from 50 to 60, 50 to 60, 55 respectively. Reno Loop, 35 to 40. What concerns me, and am I speaking up? I can't tell. Can you hear me?
Not very well.
Not very well? Okay. One more week, and I get the ears taken care of. It concerns me. I feel, to me, as somebody who's out on the city streets, probably more than any of you folks here every day, because you're usually here, and I'm out there, right along with them. I'm out there everywhere. To me, it's pointless to even entertain a discussion about raise a limit, lower a limit, etc. You want to know why? Ain't nobody following the law anyway. You're going to post it 45 to 50, for example, we'll say, on Nisqually. Well, let me see. They're already flying down there 60 miles an hour already. The same thing with any other street in Victorville. I thought I was going to get up here and have the opportunity to suggest some streets, in particularly one, that really need something done. It's the same one I've always complained about. It is Eucalyptus eastbound off the 395 where my house used to be parked, on the corner of Mason Linda and Eucalyptus. Watching them in a 45 mile an hour residential zone blow 60 miles an hour plus through a 4-way stop where kids cross, where it's the back of my property that got damaged one time, a big chunk of privacy chain link fence. I just don't even understand why we're visiting this. I don't. You have the percentage of population such as myself who's going to almost all the time be at the speed limit or under. And then you're going to have people that aren't going to care one way or the other, which represents the majority of up here. Just if you don't believe me, take a drive down Palmdale to the 395 and you'll see it. Thank you.
Okay, those were all the cards that I had. So at this time, I close the public hearing. And Madam Clerk, will you please read the title of ordinance number 2394?
An ordinance of the City of Victorville establishing speed zones upon certain streets in said city and amending section 12.20.020 of the Victorville Municipal Code entitled Decrease of State Law Maximum Speed on Various Streets.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I move for the introduction of ordinance number 2394.
Second.
And is that with the waiver of further reading?
Waiver of further reading. Sorry, Mr. Attorney.
A motion by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Councilmember Jones. Any further comments?
Yes. So one of my comments includes a request of Mr. Metzler to supply me with the reports in my inbox for the comparison of today's and the former speed zoning surveys. If you aren't able to supply me with both copies to compare, as I have asked publicly, if you would please state your reasoning rather than me having to wait and never receive a response as it has been on rare but instantly haven't received a couple of things that I've asked. And I don't have staff to keep reminding me of what I've asked for. And so when I do go back, I don't have these in my inbox. So, Mr. Metzler, that's for you. I guess I should say the following, and since I have a silence, it is unfortunately that after several attempts of asking the current city manager about the speeds in the city, I've led to foolishly believe that we as a city cannot do anything about the speeds because it was up to the state codes and Caltrans with the vehicle codes. Today I realize that the game is of the police powers is being jerked around, which excludes many times the certain elected officials to gain the credits for items that community has been asking for quite some time. And for the general public, please be advised that when you hear a no, you should document it, and for that way that we can archive it and start building the inadequacies or the gaps that seemingly are gestured in your city agenda. And so I will take the city manager's silence as not providing me with the documentation, so I'll be submitting that as an individual for a public records request, as I usually and typically do, because I don't receive information when I do request it.
Any further comments?
Yes. The engineer explained there's 2 pages of speed zones, which or 3. These are the past studies. They're not changed. So if you go back and get the last one, it's the same street and the same mileage. The change is on page 2, and there's 6 streets. So I don't know why you would want to go back and have staff find this when it's in front of you. Anyway, I call for the
I'm
vote.
not here to argue with you, Mr.
Okay,
Cox.
point of order.
I don't think the city
Point
manager has
of
to
order.
respond
You're
to
done.
those kind of questions.
Well, he will when I do a public records request.
You'll get a copy of this.
Okay, point of order.
I have a motion.
Okay, we're called.
I have a motion by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Councilmember Jones. All those in favor?
That's the format.
Aye.
There's no change. That's what he said.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Now we move on to item B2, a public hearing to hear arguments for and against the approval of a notice of exemption and award of construction contract for the sewer structural rehabilitation project BM 19-090. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council approve the notice of exemption for the sewer structural rehabilitation project and award a construction contract to Tri Construction for the sewer structural rehabilitation project BM 19-090 in the amount of $1,953,000 or $953,312.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions of staff? 2 minutes.
Nothing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, for item B2, question regarding the sewer structural rehab project. How does the interaction with this project weave into the VVWA services that our residents pay into?
It really doesn't. It doesn't have any relation to the service that our residents pay as far as the VVWA treatment.
And does the replacement recommendation also have to do with Lahontan's requirement and our recommendations, whether it had to do or not with a not too distant manhole leakage?
No, this the justification for this project, as outlined in the staff report, had to do with an investigation that was part of our sewer master plan update. We identified a number of locations that needed replacements for structural deficiencies, and so that was how this project was assembled.
So basically this is separate and it's going to be including the washes and sewer mains?
This project is not in any washes, but it is at various locations, and there's a map that shows the locations where these sewer replacements are, and they're mainly in Old Town, Midtown. Some of them are near Village Drive.
Not too long ago, probably 2 agendas ago, we did discuss we discussed washes, and so you're saying that there's no connection with that project, right?
No connection with that project.
Thank you.
So that's everyone then. At this time, I close the public hearing. I did not have any speaker cards, and I closed the public hearing. Now I need a motion and a second.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that the council take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Now we move on to consent calendar. Consent calendar items C1 through C10 can be approved with one motion unless a council member requests an item be pulled for further discussion.
So I'm looking at C1, 3, 7, and 10. Those are the ones I have questions for.
If there are no others, Madam Mayor, may I venture a motion?
I'm sorry.
If there are no others request to pull, may I venture a motion?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So I move that the council in its various, serving also in its various capacities, take action in accordance with items, in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda for items C1 through C10, with the exceptions of 1, 3, 7, and 10, which will be pulled for further consideration.
Second, if I need to. So if I may start commenting and question on these items.
I still got to take the vote. Councilmember, motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Councilmember Gomez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
So for item C1, this is for George Harris. George Harris, whether it was intentional or not in the financing department, I'm just amazed at actually citing California Constitution as one of the police powers rendered by the state to the local municipality. George, if this was your doing or an effort of the entire department, I appreciate the fact that you are listening when I'm asking for certain data for me to retract and go back. This is the first of its kind that I'm looking that you're actually citing California Constitution with its actual appropriate numbers. So I just want to say thank you for doing that if you're listening, because to me that showed me you were listening, or the department was. The next one for C3 is, I'm wondering why piecemeal the appropriations of the payroll department schedules. I'm thinking they could have been consolidated. Perhaps it's something procedural that needs to be resolved in a consent calendar through a resolution separately. What provisions were hindering the consolidation of the standards followed by the financial department or the fiscal years of the months that are addressed in this item?
I'm sorry, was there a question, or can you restate that question if there was, please?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Why aren't these consolidated? I see two items of the same talking about payrolls. One of them you can see is $1.3 million covering checks payrolls, and then the following would be the commercial, C2 payroll, which I didn't pull. I'm just wondering why they're piecemealed. If it's procedural, that's fine. I just would like to know. I paid attention to that aspect and was wondering.
It is procedural and routine that we treat both of those separately.
Okay, and then for item C7, what was the wording that allowed the zone to go from an administrative office professional to a neighborhood service professional to a C1? And I'm not talking particularly of the specific item that was approved. I just want to understand the CA, C2, and C1. I didn't know we can jump islands that way unless we had a CUP.
It's not relevant to...
It is. It's very relevant to item C7. It said, what was the wording that allowed this zone to go from a CA, the administrative office professional, to a C2 neighborhood service professional to a C1?
If I might, this item that you're speaking to is the second reading of an ordinance. We actually discussed this thoroughly at the last city council meeting and also had been deliberated extensively by the Planning Commission, and it dealt with a change in zone. Unless it's in the staff report, which I don't see, maybe to help you, we can certainly provide you with the actual language from your municipal code that describes those particular zoning designations, but effectively it has gone through the deliberative process to determine appropriateness in zone change, and this is just procedural at this point since it is a second reading.
Yeah, I remember last time it wasn't explained to me at all. That's why the same question keeps erupting. If it would have been answered, I wouldn't have had this question. So the next one is for C10, what projects fell under the asbestos abatement and the demolition projects? There's not a list on that item, so can anybody list them?
I believe on page 603 of, which is the first page of the staff report at the very bottom, and then also concluding on page 604 at the very top of that page, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, they're numbered. Those are the projects that are subject to this notice of completion.
So you said 603, and what was the second page?
604.
And there's
So
a map on 611.
So there was only 5 items that covered the monies from CDBG block grants. Is that correct?
There's only 5 properties that this item is dealing with.
So we have no further appropriations of money. We've expended all of it. Or we have monies left in CDBG block grants that were attributed to this particular abatement and demolition.
CDBG funds expended on those projects that were allocated for those projects specifically have been spent. And these are notices of completion for those projects.
Thank you.
No further questions, Madam Mayor. Move approval of C1, C3, C7, and C10.
Yeah, 1, 3, 7, and 10.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Councilmember Jones. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Now we move on to written communications. Item D1, Measure I 5-Year Capital Improvement Plan. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council adopt Resolution Number 19-069, adopting the Measure I 5-Year Capital Improvement Plan for fiscal years 2019, 2020 through 2023-2024.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff from council members? 2-minute time limit.
Yes. What are the adopting? We're adopting the 5-year plan. Is this the procedural aspect of it? Would you be able to be contextualized and explain the portions of what is a procedural versus what is not?
This is a requirement with the Measure I guidelines, and this is an annual approval. So every year, before September 1st, we have to approve the Measure I 5-year plan. And so this plan has all the planned expenses in Measure I. In this fiscal year, it would be everything that we planned in our budget, and in the future fiscal years, it's projects and expenses that we plan. So this is an annual process we have to go through.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Or did anyone else have a question?
Not for me, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, I don't have any speaker cards, so I need a motion in a second.
Madam Mayor, I move that the council take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item D2, Capital Project Needs Analysis for Green Tree Boulevard Extension Project. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council approve the capital project needs analysis for the Green Tree Boulevard Extension Project for fiscal years 2019, 2020 through 2023, 2024.
Thank you. Council members, questions of staff, 2-minute time limit. Anyone?
Yes, so this is dealing with the capital projects needs analysis. Would you please explain what this report discussion means? We have the white construction funds that are programmed in one fiscal year, and the case will flow over. So literally, I'm asking you not only to explain the needs-based analysis, but now I'm quoting, there's a specific item, a specific sentence that says, while the construction funds are programmed in 1 year, the case will flow over more than a 2-year period. And I don't have the interpretation as the funding will just automatically go on the second year or 2 years after the first year, which would be the third year.
So this is a procedure we have to go through with the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. And for their funds that are programmed for projects such as this one, which includes their Measure I and other public funds, we have to approve this funding plan. And the way they show it in their form is that if you'll look in fiscal year 2021 as an example, you look down that column, and all the construction funds they're shown programmed in that year. Now, in reality, not all those funds are going to be spent in that year, but that's how they require the funds to be shown that way in their form. The way it would actually work is, at some point we're going to award a construction contract, and we'll be making payments to the contractor, and it's not all going to, we're not going to spend all that money in that fiscal year. It will continue into the following year. But this is just the way we have to fill the form out when we submit it to SBCTA.
Thank you. No further questions.
I do not have any speaker cards. Therefore, I need a motion in a second.
Madam Mayor, I recommend that the council approve the capital projects needs analysis for the Green Tree Extension Project for fiscal year
Second.
through
24. Mm-hmm.
A second.
Motion by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Councilmember Jones. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item D3 and D4 will be taken at the same time together. Application for statewide park development and community revitalization program grant funds for the Brentwood Park renovation project and the Evadale Park Phase 1 project. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council adopt resolution numbers 19-066 and 19-067, approving the application for statewide park development and community revitalization program grant funds for the Brentwood Park renovation project and the Evadale Park Phase 1 project, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to process all documents required for program administration.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions of staff? 2-minute time limit.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes. I'd like to know the who, the what, the when, and the where of this particular location's choosing, and the funding sources of this grant, federal, just generic federally funded, state funded, privately funded.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, as to the who, what, why, when, where, how, I think that may be best summed up on page 644, and that is as to item D3, and it's basically going to be the same language on the second page of the staff report for D4, but basically to explain how...
Would you please point to that paragraph and that sentence so I can read it to myself?
So on page 644, the paragraph that in bold letters, big bold letters, says park site selection. The very first paragraph, I won't read it, but I can paraphrase it. It has a discussion in there that establishes the formula for which parks are eligible. And so effectively what staff has done is applied that formula, if you will, to the parks that we do have within our park system, and identified a couple of parks, one being the Brentwood Park, which is a subject of D3, and then Evadale Park, which is a subject of E4. Did I say E4? D4 I meant, sorry. And then as to the funding, it's actually on the first page of each of those staff reports, where it's effectively the city applying for grant funding that is made available through Prop 68, which was approved by voters in the state of California in 2018. Also Prop 84, which is a 2006 Bonds Act.
So the terminology that says general obligation funds for state is equivalent to state funding appropriations money that we are entitled to. Is that correct?
I'm not sure exactly where you're at, but this is pursuing state funding.
Yeah, I am in the same paragraph that you addressed that I would find my responses. And so I've read this document, and the reason I asked the who, what, when, and where is not because I'm ignorant, and I don't want to be treated that way. So when you address and say this paragraph on page 643 has that knowledge, and I read general obligation bonds for state and local parks, I'm assuming the interpretation is AKA funding appropriation entitlement for local municipalities. And if that is the case, I appreciate the interpretation. Now I have new terminology that I can also use when I'm reading such documentation.
These would be general obligation bonds of the state of California.
Okay, so they're not funding by the state on that specific 643, but it is on 644 where it states it uses provided by the state, which is AKA funding by the state appropriated dollars. Is that correct?
I'm going to restate what I said before, which is that these are general obligations issued, general obligation bonds issued by the state of California, where the proceeds of such bonds are available to fund park improvements that municipalities like us are eligible to apply for.
So my point is stated. Clearly, the interpretation of documentation with technical and managerial language requires interpretation as to what it means. So I'm not going to mince any semantics and phonetics as we have been doing lately. But what I do like to ask is, what are the qualifications for the neighborhoods in park poor neighborhoods predefined?
You have 30 seconds.
There is no definition of what it has here. And the next one is, what city personnel and city council live in the Brentwood area? I'm waiting for a response. I don't know if Mr. Metzler is, Janelle is waiting for Mr. Metzler or vice versa.
You know what? I'm going to allow Janelle to take this opportunity. Thank you, Janelle.
Sure. The definition of a park-poor neighborhood, according to this grant, is based on a tool that the state developed. It is a 1/2 mile radius around the park site, and it either has to be less than 3 acres of park space in that area, or the median household income has to fall below the average. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The next one, I'll repeat it. What city personnel and city council members live in the Brentwood area?
That's not relevant to this.
Yes, it is. I can ask that question. If you don't want to answer it, that's your prerogative, but I have stated a question that I would like a response, whether it's Keith or
I
they're
can
going to
attempt,
direct.
because I think it's directed towards me. I can't speak to any other city personnel. I can tell you that I do live in the city of Victorville, and I do live in the Brentwood community.
I appreciate that response. I know Mrs. Jones does too.
Your time is up.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to correct the record. I do not live in Brentwood. I've lived in the city of Victorville and Eagle Ranch for nearly 16 years.
Okay.
I'll have a comment for that one.
Your time is up.
Not when I have comments, it won't be.
Under this particular funding, is it possible to have new parks, or is it just for those that already exist and are restricted by the qualifications or the requirements?
So it is possible for new parks, expansion of parks, or renovations of parks.
So it does also include the possibility of new parks?
It does.
Is there any possibility in the future, have you considered, of any new park within the city of Victorville, or is this just right now basically focused on those that we have?
So based on the timeline associated with this round of funding, we elected to focus on renovations, but it is absolutely possible to apply for new parks or expansion of existing parks in the future rounds.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Janelle. I have one speaker card. Ramiro Rodriguez.
This sounds wonderful. So it's the monies are going to be federally funded. The city is not going to. The only money that the city is going to spend is for maintenance. The Brentwood Park is going to cost approximately $36,000 a year to maintain. It's what I read on the D3, of the 100 and some pages. It's estimates that it services as 2,000 houses around there from walking distance. That's what it says, or was that a typo? It says it's the only inclusive playground for the next 50 miles. But what about Mojave Narrows? Doesn't it have one, or it doesn't count as an inclusive park with water pad and everything, smart, independent, safe, active, and comfortable scenario for an inclusive park? But well, more parks the better. You said D4 and D5 are going to be together. D3 and 4 are together, correct? Or we have to wait for the Eva Park to speak differently? Mr. Cox, or anybody can answer me?
3 and D4 would be together.
Okay, cool. So I have 6 minutes? I'm only kidding. So my question is, what is the estimated eligible pre-construction cost? I understand everything else, the water pad, the parks, the lighting, the bathrooms, the cement, the roadways, but what is this? What's the estimated, what is that going to be used for? Just planification, engineering? That was just my question, and it's great. Eva Park down by the downtown, it suffices different people from different ranges of walks of life, from $57,000 a year in Brentwood to $18,000 a year in Eva Park, which I think it's going to be good. But my question is this 100% funded by federal grants? and the only thing we're going to pay is just the maintenance on the year. That's all. That's my $64,000 question. Thank you.
Ramiro,
That
we
was the
didn't
only
get the
part-
response from.
excuse
I'm
me,
I'm answering his question, which I have a right to do so.
He's done. Point of order.
He has 46 seconds. Ramiro, we don't know about the funding source in terms of federal. It was not responded. It's assumed that it's state, and that was my clarification that I was seeking. So that's my response
Well,
to you.
I'm expecting them to answer right now as I leave, hopefully, which doesn't happen all the time. They just stay quiet sometimes. Thank you.
Okay, there was the last of the speaker cards. At this time, I need a motion in a second.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that the council take action in accordance with the recommendations
Second.
set out on the agenda for items D3 and D4.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
Yes. So, for clarification, if anybody is ever paying attention or is in the council meetings every single moment or you watch them, you will take notice that the recusal of our city manager and Mrs. Jones on the Brentwood area, which included the LMADs, that they were going to be conflictual had both of them get up. So I inferred from that getting up with the Brentwood areas, which covered what would be conflictual for Mrs. Jones to get up. And so when I asked specifically, and there was silence as to who lived there and who's going to benefit, whether it's within 600 feet or 2,000 homes, I wanted to establish that we pay close attention to our interests because those are our dollars and our monies. And on that regard, I would like the audience and the constituents, along with the stakeholders, to become aware that we do have a city manager, and I will say City Council Member Jones, who in that area would benefit. Just as we have seen, and mind you, I'll hear an interruption, the golf course was issued 6.6 in approval by the same majority who now currently have politicians and former planning commissioners and councils that sit there. And all I'm saying is to watch where the money goes and become more aware of the funding and the appropriations of mechanisms. This funding was not discussed with our residents nor spoken with council during workshops to give the residents a say-so. Out of 19 parks, if 3 don't qualify, why is it in the Brentwood area?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I have comments. Thank you very much. So, my goodness, several months ago, I did recuse myself when there were 2 items that came up pertaining to the area in which I reside, and that's the Eagle Ranch area. Councilmember Gomez was present during that, knew very well that I recused myself from that discussion and vote. It was very clear that it was Eagle Ranch. She had no objection then, if she was under the impression at that time that I lived in Brentwood. Furthermore, the moral imperative here would have been, had council member truly believed that I lived in Brentwood, that she would have, in the interest of our community and being very transparent, make a statement to that effect before this discussion even began, so that it wasn't a setup for a gotcha moment or a takedown moment, which this exactly was. I do live in Eagle Ranch. I'm happy to give anybody my address if they want it. My husband is sitting in the audience. Darling, we've lived there for 16 years, have we not? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor Garcia, may I add some clarification as well?
Yes.
The Community Services Department, and therefore this application for these park improvements falls under my area of responsibility, and I feel it necessary to explain to the council. It is in the staff report, but I'd like to point out the selection process for the parks so that it's transparent what process was gone through.
But it is part of our
Thank you,
agenda.
Mayor.
Yeah.
If you refer to the bottom of page 644, and staff mentions that there was a tight time frame for this grant, and that out of all of our park system, there's a detail in that paragraph about why through a process of elimination certain parks were excluded. 10 of the parks, for example, are actually encumbered by the bonds, the same bonds that the golf course is encumbered by. And this grant would not work on the properties that were encumbered, so that took 10 out of the running. And then it talks about the remaining 6 parks that have MADs associated with them and why those were specifically excluded. And then the fact that left 3 parks, Brentwood, Ava Dell, and Mesa Linda parks. And there's also an explanation from the staff who worked on this, which was not at the executive level. It was actually at the park staff level, about why Brentwood and then Evadale were selected, and it's detailed there. Any implication that the process was otherwise gone through is just not correct. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that clarification. We really do appreciate it so that the public will be better informed. Thank you.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Now we move on to item D5, First Amendment to the Standard Sublease Agreement for Building 683 and First Amendment to Standard Sublease Agreement for Building 731 and 734. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approves entering into the First Amendment to the Standard Sublease Agreement for Building 683 and the First Amendment to the Standard Sublease Agreement for Building 731 and 734 by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and General Atomics Aeronautical Systems, and adopt resolution number SCLAA 19-007, amending the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget for reduced expenditures in the amount of $153,834.23.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was a third
there's
one.
still-
Sorry. Authorizes the Assistant Executive Director to execute said amendments.
Thank you. Council members, any questions of staff? 2-minute time limit. Anyone? Do you have any questions? No questions? Okay.
I have a question. I wasn't aware that we were doing D4 and the both parks together.
We're not on that one now.
I know, and I'm clarifying
sorry.
because I have a question, and the question was now, and I didn't
Over
hear
that,
any motion
I'm
on
not
that.
on that. I'm not on that agenda
I
item
know.
right now.
I
am
know
on-
you're not. That's why I'm saying that I didn't understand where we were at.
Five.
So Mr. Cox just clarified that.
Point of order. Okay.
So
Point of order. We're not on D5.
we are on D5, ma'am. Are you asking questions?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm on D5.
Exactly. So keep your point of order and decorum professional so that we can continue on. So for item D5, I'm understanding that we have a sublease for building 683.
You confused
It's
everyone.
presuming me. I'm sorry. You are definitely cutting into my time, madam. You, as most of everyone, as the appointed elected official, should know that your quietness pacifies everybody. But when you're not quiet and you start attacking council members or anybody,
Point
you are
of
not
order.
helping.
If you
Okay? So relax. I'm
Point
trying to
of order.
ask my question
first warning.
to the individual.
First warning.
You've already wasted my minutes.
Minutes.
Okay? It doesn't matter how many warnings you
Okay.
provide, ma'am.
Andre,
Okay? It doesn't matter.
she's not
Okay.
continuing.
So for item D5, I'm under the understanding that the sublease building 683 is just basically procedural. Is that correct? I don't see anything that we're public funding anybody. It's just continual procedural, and I want to make sure that that's what I understood.
That's correct.
I appreciate it. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? No? I do not have any speaker cards. Therefore, I need a motion and a second.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that the SCLAA Board of Directors take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item D6, award to purchase five vehicles and authorize the piggyback purchase of 2 custom utility body trucks. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council and the Victorville Water District Board of Directors approve the recommended award to purchase 5 vehicles from Penske Chevrolet of Cerritos and authorize staff to proceed with a piggyback purchase solicitation of 2 custom utility body trucks utilizing the cooperative purchase method under project number CC19-112.
Thank you. Any questions of staff at this time?
I do have a couple of questions, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Jim.
In the past, I had understood that the City Council had taken an action I believe on sales tax for the local dealers. If local dealers would bid that there was...
Got her video there right on you.
Hello.
Hello.
Andre.
And so do we still have that in effect,
Andre,
Mr. Attorney or Mr.
remove that?
Manager?
It's disrupting.
That's something addressed in the new policy manual revisions. It's on a later agenda item.
Does do we still have a policy that lends credit to the local dealers if they bid in the form of a sales tax rebate? And we have a lot of dealers, and apparently they didn't bid. So I'm curious about that because we know we support our local business people. The second question that I have is, what will happen to all the used vehicles that these are replacing?
As to the first question, I think John Mendiola, our purchasing manager, certainly the most appropriate to answer the purchasing-related question. Then as to the vehicle-related question, replacement, maybe Doug Matthews, please.
Member Cox, we do have that 3% local vendor preference, and it's with an aggregate of $1,000. But in order for that to be instituted, they actually have to participate in the solicitation. So this is the third time going out for this project, and because of various reasons, they didn't participate in the one last fall, and they didn't participate in the one this spring, even though we got their acknowledgement and their signed signatures that they would participate. And so we're down to the third time, and we are obligated to make sure that there's efficient use of public funds, and by continually going out and waiting for them to participate, it's just wasting the public's money. So we'd rather, Fleet has already looked at the bid from Penske and determined that it was satisfactory and exceeds their specifications, so we'd like to award.
I'm confident that everything occurred as it's supposed to occur. It's just that we have a lot of automobile dealerships, and I was hoping that they could be the bidders. They have employees, they provide sales tax, and so hopefully maybe the mayor would reach out and have a discussion with the Automobile Dealers Association to see if there's some suggestion that we may be able to improve on our bidding in the future that would get them involved. Love to have them more involved.
So in answer to your second question, the vehicles are repurposed. If they are in better shape than vehicles other departments have, or if they have lower annual maintenance costs. If they require extensive repairs, sometimes that's just out of the realm for those departments to fix, and they'll be auctioned at that point.
They're not traded in.
No. Usually they're pretty old.
Other questions?
Yes. I would like to know, after the purchase of these utility trucks and so forth, the piggyback, do you resell the ones that we're getting rid of? And is there any profit made, or is it a total loss?
Yeah, we use an auction service that's a government auction service. That's where we found we've had the best luck at getting the most money out of these vehicles that are, like I said before, have a lot of miles and a lot of issues and are pretty old.
So any monies that are made, do they go back into your budget?
I believe they go back to the general fund.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Am I? Yeah.
He said yes. Yeah.
Actually, to correct that, they go back to the fund that owned the actual vehicle. So if it was a water vehicle, then that money would be returned back to the water department, for example.
That's, yeah.
That is correct. Other questions?
I don't have any.
No? Thank you. I do not have any speaker cards. Therefore, I need a motion in a second.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council and the Victorville Water District Board of Directors take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item D7, award a one-year professional services agreement to NBS. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council and Victorville Water District Board of Directors award a one-year professional services agreement to MBS for the consulting services for the citywide user fee study and an update to the cost allocation plan JM 20-026 and for a development impact fee study JM 18-069 in an amount not to exceed $130,805. Approve an additional appropriation in an amount of $76,770 from the various DIF funds and approve resolution number 19-070, increasing the fiscal year 2019-2020 adopted budget by said amount.
Thank you. Any questions of council members?
I have a couple of comments, Madam Mayor, and questions.
Yes, go ahead.
As a point of order, Mr. Cox, shouldn't you be waiting for the comment section rather than the staff asking questions if that's not what you're going to be doing at this time?
I'll put them in form of a question.
Thanks.
I noticed on the proposal from NBS, they indicated that their goal is to assist the city to identify the full cost to determine the current subsidy. Somewhere I'd like the staff to answer that, because the whole purpose of this study is that there's a direct relationship to the cost of providing the services and the fee we're charged. On page 1065, concern that, I'm going to quote, but we'll discuss any particular needs with the county. On the bottom of the page, if needed, county staff will need to coordinate and schedule meetings to the Board of Supervisors. I hope in doing this study they pay more attention to who they're working for. On the top of page 1066, we will assume that any handout or copies of presentations to the public and the Board of Supervisors, and at that point, I stopped reading. Sure you want to continue with this?
Councilmember Cox, and to the rest of the City Council, I did see many of those same errors. Certainly, what you can tell is that this is likely a proposal that was probably standard form, and they just shouldn't change city to county. What I can tell you is despite the process that we had gone through, we have had quite a bit of experience with NBS, largely on the water and sewer, and recently on the solid waste side. And despite these errors in the response proposal, we've certainly had a different experience in terms of the actual work product and in terms of establishing rates. So our confidence level had really derived more so from past experience than, sadly, the errors in this proposal.
To answer the first question, Councilmember Cox, the study will identify the total cost needed to perform the actual task at which the fee is being applied to. And then the total cost will be presented to the City Council to take action on whether it is the intent of the council to charge for full cost recovery at that amount or any amount less than that, which would then suggest that the council is willing to accept a level of subsidy for that service. And that may be relevant more so as we talk about park fees and the use of parks and programming for the community. And so when there's a mention of the level of subsidy, that's exactly what they mean, is that they're going to present you the total cost, and then it'll be up to the City Council. Do they want to collect the fee that covers the entire cost, or do they want to collect an amount short of that?
I just don't want to hire anyone in a consulting basis that starts with the premise that we're going to do a study to increase fees. Tell me they're going to be completely objective and there's even a possibility of reducing the cost, then I'm going to listen more carefully, because we've had the studies done before. If we know that all of the ingredients that go into setting the fee remain relatively the same except for cost of living, we already know what the recommendation should be. And
you have 30 seconds.
The time's up.
Well, to answer that question real quick, on their proposal on page 1 of their letter, page number 1063, they identify their goal. They actually, I'm subtitling, or I'm paraphrasing, they list our goal is to assist the city to identify the full cost to determine the current subsidy and recommended new fees accordingly. So it's very likely that there may be some reductions. It could be some increases, but the idea is to identify the full cost of providing the service, and then from that point forward, we would determine if there's an increase that's required. I don't think they go into the analysis assuming that it will go up.
One item, I had 30 seconds and didn't know it. I don't believe that there is actually a reason to charge the full cost for everything that occurs. We have a general fund, and we have a general responsibility. Council ought not be included in the fees. That's a general fund item. So the attempt to charge every single item, including the janitor, to some fee is the reason that we have development fees for new homes in excess of $35,000. I think those are policy questions of the council, what we want to include or not include, because I think general government has an obligation, such as parks and on and on and on, that can't be charged. You just can't charge certain fees. Never addressed that as far as I know. Sorry.
No worries, nobody called your attention, and neither would have I.
I do not have any speaker cards.
I do have questions as a council member. Don't want to be skipped. That means I'm going to go ahead and speak. What are the fee-related services that the cost proposal and resolution of the professional service agreements affect? You are free to point to the exact page number, paragraph, and the interpretation of your actual sentence so that I may look at it and find the same interpretation as yours. If not, just go ahead and answer it like you generally would for any council member, which is very generic.
So if you take a look at the cost proposal, bear with me here. Well, in the staff report, it does identify user fees, although we don't have a full list of all the user fees that they are going to evaluate in the study or in the proposal. What the types of fees that they're going to look at on the user fee side are those fees that are established for the purpose of full cost recovery, time and materials for actually performing the task. On the development fee side of the analysis, which is a completely different study, that does not have a time and material cost analysis as part of it. Really what that's doing is it's evaluating the direct impact that new development has on the city as it actually is built. And so for and they establish square footage metrics for commercial and industrial and per unit EDU, so a single family home for the purpose of residential, as in essence trying to calculate the actual impact of building one home has on the variety of services in the city, namely general services, police, infrastructure, fire infrastructure, park infrastructure, as well as streets. And the streets are required to be updated to remain in compliance with our county partnership with San Bernardino Transportation Authority.
And the next question is in terms of the year. Looks like we're overdue for something of this nature. Nearly 2 decades or so since 2008. Something like this since 2008. I know you weren't here. You probably here 2 years, George, but my concern is why now? Was it in the process as a program? What was the rationale 2019 August to be able to submit something of this nature?
As we are evaluating all of the costs associated with running the city, it's customary that a review of your city fee structure is appropriate to be done on a regular basis. The question of why now, I think that's a decision, it's a recommendation by staff and a decision by the council to decide whether or not they want to move forward with this. But it is recommended by staff that this evaluation do take place as a result of it being since 2008 that it has been looked at last.
My final question is, what is the purpose of the comprehensive user fee study and the development operational funds. I thought they were DIF, but they're not DIF funds. And how does this affect the city revenues and the expenses?
So the comprehensive user fee study is the fee study that I discussed before, where they are the fees that are based on time and material for specialized services that are provided. On the development, you are right. So development impact fee is what DIF stands for, and that they are all organized in their various independent funds as listed on the staff report: public building, fire services, road, public safety, recreation, and then in the following as you see them listed under the account codes.
Did you explain how they affect our revenues and our expenses just generically?
That is yet to be determined. So once you complete the study, you'll find out exactly how it's going to affect the revenue and both the expenditure.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, if I might, maybe just to give some examples, just for the benefit of the public, to get a sense of kind of what we're talking about here. And it is, in fact, been a long time since we've studied this, and similar to the conversation we've had about sewer and water rates in the past, these types of things are never popular conversations to have, certainly not fun conversations to have. But to give an example, and I can think of two as I'm talking to you, plan check fee, for example. Development wants to build a project. There's an example of a plan check fee, or if there's construction going on, you might have an inspection fee to actually inspect to make sure that the improvements being installed are consistent with the plans. Using those two examples, there's actual manpower associated with each of those forms of work. In the case of the plan check, it's going to be an individual reviewing the plans, making sure they're consistent with building codes, local codes, things of that nature, to make sure what's being built is safe altogether. I think it's an easy characterization. And then inspections, of course, is to make sure that materials are used properly to actually build a public improvement, that wiring is constructed safely and properly, consistent with the plans. In both of those cases, there's an individual or individuals associated with that particular work, to where ideally you want to have a fee established to where you're charging the developer an appropriate amount, an accurate amount, based upon the actual cost. And it's probably safe to say that because we have not done this type of analysis for more than 10 years now, just knowing what has happened in the form of inflation, I think it's going to be a safe assumption to say that there likely is going to be an increase in some of those fees. That's not being presumptive. I think that's just a matter of fact, given the cost of employment. Those employees has changed over that same period of time. But using those examples, that's different than the development impact fees, and that's another component of this study. So one of the things the city does as a part of its master planning, whether it's roads, whether it's public facilities, whether it's police and fire, the city effectively has a master plan of identified public improvements, capital improvements. If, for example, you want a new convention center, and this is a bad example because I'm not suggesting that's what we want, but as an example, if you wanted, this community had a vision for something like that, there would have to be a funding mechanism to collect and help pay for the costs associated with that, and the development basically gets proportionately charged to help pay for that impact, that type of development. And so when we go through the development impact fee study, we'll look at all of the necessary capital improvements that are required to satisfy the needs of the new population moving into this community, so that there are adequate facilities to provide effectively the services that we expect them to want when they actually move or develop in our community. One of the opportunities that we'll take, and in both of these analyses, one of the opportunities we'll take is, despite the consultant doing the heavy number crunching, if you will, we will be working very closely with, just as we have in the past with past studies, and making sure it's got the right information, it's got the right projects in there. And particularly, I can share with you, certainly from the economic development perspective that many of us have in trying to still be encouraging of growth, we're going to be looking at those development impact fees very closely to make sure they're fair to all forms of development. One issue that we're going to be looking at particularly is on the commercial side, and we are aware of complaints that we hear from the development community that the commercial component is too expensive. It might be justifiably too expensive, but we're going to make sure that based upon, we're certainly going to take a close look at the different types of commercial use and whether or not the nexus to the different types of use actually shares equally in the impact associated with that fee. So we're going to be taking a quick look, a very close look at it, but this is something that we believe responsibly needs to be done. Ultimately, the decision of this council will be it'd be the discretion of the council when we bring a resultant product back. So this is just to get the process started, allow staff to do what it needs to do to make recommendations at a later date to you.
Madam Mayor, I have a few questions, if I may. Thank you. So, Mr. Metzler, springboarding from what you just mentioned, so presuming we get a report at some point on the study, and let's just say there's a recommendation to increase fees, it would be the council, up to the council to have a discussion as to what impact that might have on business, et cetera, in our community and the health of our community. That is correct. And then I notice on this that we're seeking a $76,770 appropriation. Was this anticipated during the budget process?
So on the user fee side, we did anticipate that the study would be proposed, covered in this fiscal year, and money was set aside. On the impact fee study, since it has been a while, it was hard for us to gauge the amount, knowing that the support for paying for the study would not come from the general fund. We didn't try to take a wag at what the costs were going to be for the study itself. Only until we actually got the quote back from the consultant did we know what that amount was. And now the recommendation for you tonight is to approve that to actually come out of those independent funds as appropriately so. Right. That is not general fund. And so you do see that if we were to go out and not use a consultant that we have historically done really well with on the fee side, it's my estimate that the cost for the proposal would have been significantly higher. There's one element of the study, which is the cost allocation plan that NBS has actually performed for us just a few years ago. And so their cost came in significantly lower just to do an update of that cost allocation plan with some advice and some input from staff. And then after that, conduct a user fee study. So if we were to have sourced that with another vendor, it's quite possible that the total cost of the cost allocation plan and the user fee study would have been a lot higher than what you see here as the $54,000. Okay. And so there was some value in utilizing a vendor that we had already had some work done and performed by.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
No.
I do not have any speaker cards, therefore I need a motion and a second.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council and the Victorville Water District Board of Directors take action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
Yes. So what I'm hearing is that this fee, that the city will have several developmental operational funds, and the comprehensive user fee study will be to assist with one aspect which comes to light to me, which is the new 80/20 opening of the Friday for the city of Victorville and getting our individual employees, which is the approximate 10% increase, will they have gone from 36 to 40 hours. The funds collected will be used to help pay for the employees and the necessary needs of the growth of our communities.
Any further comments? Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I don't want to be rude, Madam Mayor, but I need a 5-minute break.
Yes. We'll take a 5-minute break.
With or without me?
Thank you. I'll take one too.
Ratification of water main emergency repairs and approval for emergency work on Hesperia Road near Verde Street. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the Board of Directors of the Victorville Water District confirm the declaration of emergency repairs at Hesperia Road, Verde Street, and ratify the emergency expenses estimated at $317,000 and approve an amendment to the service provider agreement with Christensen Brothers Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $317,000.
Thank you. Any questions of staff by council members? None?
I have a question. So was the declaration of the emergency forwarded immediately to the city council, yes or no?
I believe I did, in fact, update the council via email.
Yes, you did.
I was looking at the documentation and I saw that I think Mr. Gengler gave something to you. I didn't see a copy of this to the council members, so I was making sure if you actually did send it to the council.
It's not very often that I have to exercise this provision of the code and declare the emergency. I can remember one other case maybe earlier in the year, Hesperia Road, when there was another water line break and we had some serious undermining. And because they're not regular and because I have to act quickly because of the nature of the emergency, I do exercise the provisions of the code that allow me to allow work to occur to fix the problem immediately. But I have on both occasions, and I do make an attempt to make the council aware when it's happening, as I did in this case, and I'll continue to do that. So I certainly can reproduce the communication that's shared with council if you don't have it.
Mr. Metzler, I don't question the authority that you have under the code on section 2.28.240. Because we do currently refer to our data in our agendas as to something that we would have read and would have found out, I looked at August 5th, 2019 from Mr. Gengler letting you know of the circumstances. And I was just referring to this agenda item. There's no need to reproduce. I can go and type in declaration of emergency road and water repairs, and I'm sure, as you have attested today, that would be so the case.
Yes, and I can speak to that. And in fact, the August 5th date when I was signing off on this declaration, that did in fact occur after the posting of the agenda. I know this council is also aware of wanting to keep the agenda on August 6th light, so we chose to bring it forward at this time.
So I appreciate your feedback, but again, council members such as myself, we are inundated by massive amount of email, and so something like this could have skipped 72 hours within. If I have something that shows a memo, which you've discussed that you have, I was just hoping that you would refer to a page number as you typically do, but I appreciate that response. I have no further questions.
And I do not have any speaker cards. Thank you. I do not have any speaker cards, therefore I need a motion in a second. Second.
Sorry, my microphone wasn't on. So, Madam Mayor, I move that the Victorville Water District take action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item D9, approve purchases of pre-hospital supplies from American Medical Response for initial Victorville Fire Department inventory. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council approves purchase of initial inventory of medical supplies required for the implementation of Victorville Fire Department from American Medical Response.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council members of staff?
Yes. Does this appropriations of money supersede our first year expenses with the Victorville Police Department, with the Victorville Fire Department?
Madam Mayor and Council, in the manner in which we were able to purchase medical supplies through AMR, we actually were able to save a significant amount by using an economy of scale. And the planned amount, there was a budgeted amount that we were able to come in significantly underneath that anticipated cost for these supplies.
So I will reinterpret what you've just stated as yes, no, you have not gone over the first year's budget. You were actually able to stay within budget as pre-appropriated in the beginning, where council approved a budget for the fire department within the first year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that acknowledgement. My second question is, now we also have a 5-year plan for the fire department. I'm going to presume, because it didn't pass the first year in appropriations of the monies, that it would also be inferred that it's not going to pass the 5-year plan. Is that correct?
Could you restate the question,
Absolutely.
please?
What about our 5-year plan for the fire department?
In terms of the
expenses
for medical supplies, what we have set up is an exchange, if you will. If we use supplies in the field, or when we use supplies in the field, we will receive supplies, the same supplies, from the AMR ambulance crew that responded, so that we do not continue to accrue costs that we can't recover.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
No, that was my final question.
What else? No? I do not have any speaker cards, therefore I need a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the request, approve purchase of initial inventory of medical supplies required for implementation of the Victorville Fire Department from AMR.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item D10, on-call engineering plan and map checking services. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council approve a consultant professional services agreement with H.R. Green Pacific in an amount not to exceed of $200,000 to continue on-call plan and map checking services with a term of 3 years and an option to extend for 2 additional 1-year terms.
Thank you. Any questions from council members?
Yes.
Go ahead, Jim.
Generally, when a city contracts for plan check services or engineering services or any other services, it's because it's with the ups and downs, it's cheaper than hiring a full staff and then having a down period but still have the staff. And of course, staff is not going to go to work and leave a job if they aren't sure of some future. So I'm sure that came into play. The question is, are we saving money by having the contract? And number two, they come here to check, or do we have to send them, and is this causing a delay if we send them to some other offices in the time it takes to get the plan check to them, get them checked, and get them back to the city?
In regards to the first question, I haven't done a detailed analysis comparing in-house, what it would cost to have a in-house with all the costs, because obviously you have to have at least one additional full-time position, and then you would have all the other costs that go with that. Because these costs are so variable, they go up and down, like you said, depending on the plan check volume that comes in. It's a little bit different or difficult to estimate the contract side for the comparison. In regard to the, I'm sorry, what was the second question?
Well, in regard, I just made the comment. It wasn't a question. I'm sure that qualified employees don't want to take a job knowing that it may end in a year or so if the economy goes down, and so the difficulty. But I'm wanting to know if it pays for itself, or nearly pays for itself, But I'm concerned about some cities that contract. The staff collects all the plans and they forward them and they're UPS'd and then they get them, then they're checked and then they're on vacation and they have a weekend and then they come back. And developers and individuals, homeowners who want to do something frequently complain that if there is a consultant doing the checking, it takes longer than having the city doing the checking.
So the plans are checked off-site. They're not here in City Hall, and because we had a new software that we use called InterGov, the developer has the capability of uploading those plans electronically, and then our consultant also can access the plans electronically. They still have the option of submitting paper plans, but it is a more efficient process.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Anyone else?
Yes. So for the on-call engineering plan and map checking services, does the city have an HR department?
Well, are you talking about the HR and HR Green?
No, I'm trying to understand and collaborate how we are going outside services rather than staying within in-house, which a lot of it was responsive to his questioning. But I think my questioning targets something a little different, so I want to see if that's where the line of thinking was in proposing something of this nature today.
Well, because development activity varies from month to month and year to year, we planned on contracting out with this company because we noticed that the development volume was increasing. Our plan check effort was increasing a few years ago, and so to prepare for that, we contracted with HR Green. Instead of hiring another in-house person, we thought it would be more prudent to contract with this company because we only pay them for the work they do, and say if the plan check volume decreased, we don't pay for it, and the fees that we collect offset, the revenue that we collect offsets what we pay this company because it's a percentage of the fees. So it's somewhat revenue neutral.
Okay, and that's the former question is very relevant to how many employees strong are we in that particular department considering in-house processing?
So in engineering, we only have one full-time position that all that position does is plan check. There, part of another position does, but so we really only have one full-time dedicated position in engineering.
And then what has the city done, and I'm thinking based on what you've responded to Cox, yes, a needs analysis?
We did a high-level analysis a few years ago, but I have not done a detailed analysis recently. But my sense is that it's still prudent and cost-effective to contract out this service.
And what is the purpose of distinguishing a private development project versus any other project, and how does that impact the appropriated costs today that we are considering and approving this consultant/professional service agreement being done?
Well, the city has a responsibility to review and approve any plans for public infrastructure. For a private development plan, their engineers prepares these plans, and then we have an obligation to check the plans before they're approved. And so we can either check those plans in-house or we could have a consultant check the plans. Does that answer your question?
A little. The only reason because in-house, definitely we can't contract out. Is that what it is? But private, there's option whether it's in-house or through a consultant.
We have the option of checking the plans either with our own staff, or if our staff doesn't have enough time, we can send the plans to the consultant and they can check them.
Whether it's private or non-private?
This consultant only checks plans for private development.
Okay. It's a little clearer. Thank you. I have no further questions.
I don't think any. Did you have any questions?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
I think that's. Thank you. I do not have any speaker cards, therefore I need a motion in a second.
I move the staff recommendation to approve the consultant professional service agreement.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Councilmember Gomez. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Now we move on to D11, revisions to the City of Victorville City Council Policy and Procedure Manual. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council review and consider the proposed revised City Council Policy and Procedures Manual and adopt Resolution Number 19-057.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff by council members?
I would like to read page 1116, section 1. It says that the revised City of Victorville City Council Policy and Procedure Manual by this resolution will be approved and adopted with only such substantive changes that may be approved by the city manager and city attorney. Section 2 says they will take effect immediately upon adoption. And Section 3 says that the city clerk shall certify. My question and my concern is that any type of revisions, whether they be major or minor, in reference to the City Council Policy and Procedure Manual, should involve the City Council members. I saw the corrections in red. However, I feel that I would have preferred listening and hearing also from the 3 senior City Council persons, whether there should be additional or other changes to be considered. When this deals with our responsibility to the city, I feel that the persons that should be involved to make those changes are those who have been elected.
You have 30
I'm
seconds.
referring to city council members. I find myself at odds with this. I cannot accept it because I feel that I need to have input from all others, not just because I read it. Do I know what it means? I want to know the ramifications, and so therefore I make a motion to table this resolution due to the fact that this affects the city council members in regards to both the question of policy and procedures. And I'm referring to resolution number 19-057.
Madam Mayor, if I might add, the purpose of that language, the non-substantive changes, is just basically to have the ability to clean up grammatical changes. But given that it's been pretty extensively reviewed in terms of grammatical changes, I'd have no problem deleting that requirement that there be further changes from the city attorney or city manager, because I think we have addressed pretty much all of the grammatical changes.
Maybe. Go ahead.
In speaking to getting feedback, we have on multiple occasions sent this document and sought feedback. In fact, my notes are telling me, back in July and August, in fact, where we've been soliciting feedback. And we actually did get a lot of feedback from the council, so I certainly feel like this is representative of the comments that we have gotten. There's one edit I would like to suggest, and I can do that later after the deliberation and discussion exists. But certainly if the council feels that this is not entirely representative of all their comments, certainly staff is prepared to take further comments if the council so chooses, and we can continue to work on this document.
I have a question. You read the section, and I didn't get it. I wanted to make a note where...
It was page 1100. After section 3, there are 102 pages in regards to policy and procedures.
Okay.
So,
That I just feel that those who have been on the city council, and I'm referring to them as senior council members, have the experience, and that even though the attorney and the city manager have made changes, I just feel that this is affecting our responsibility and our role, and I would like to have further input from those who have been here before I. And I just don't feel that adopting it and then finding out that you don't agree or there's something there that we should have changed, I think that we need to have some type of input, because that's what we've been elected for, to do the job and to do it properly. And I'm just asking, let us justify those changes.
Understand.
So I do actually have a couple of things to point out. I did take the drafts that I received that requested feedback. So I don't think that this is an issue related to the 3 senior members on this council. We are a council. We speak as a whole. There are 5 members. So I have given feedback, and I do have a couple of other things whenever Madam Mayor would like me to put those forward.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yeah, so I just have, there are a couple things. Let me just go ahead and do it now. So on page 1122, chapter 2 of the document, section 3, under subsection E, under agenda development, we need to strike the second word this. So before it says this manual, it says this manual. So we need to strike one of those words, this. It's duplicative. Also on page 49. Oh, excuse me. So on the document itself, it would be page 1168.
As a point of order, I think it would be more advantageous if these were actual motions, because clearly if it's not a motion, it's probably not going to be done. If I go ahead and say...
Thank you, Council Member. I just have one other... I do have
that's
the
what
floor.
she does
Thank
when
you.
I do. So
this is not a point
deal.
of order because there's no breach. So under page 1168, and I'm sorry, I'm just having a hard time scrolling there. So on page 1168, this is chapter 10, and it's the final section, section 4, under acknowledgement of receipt and understanding of the manual. So in the third line, there's the possessive pronoun statement affirming that they have received. The possessive pronoun they needs to necessarily change to the singular form to match its antecedent, which was every council member, and that's on line 2. And it needs to follow the same format as the rest of the document, so it should be his/her. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
As a point of clarification, are those literally just adopted, or are we going to make a motion?
No, those are my suggestions. The council can decide at its pleasure.
As a point of clarification, are we going to hold that as a motion, or are we just going to let it slide by, assuming that it's already taken as a strike?
No.
This question is for the city attorney policy.
No, because I put it forward. My intention is that Madam Mayor should facilitate this part of the meeting in the way that she deems fitting.
Again, as a point of clarification for the city attorney, I'd like to have feedback as to how this is going to be proceeded, and if it's the mayor, please let me know if that's the case.
My motion is to table it for the next meeting, that we have, and because we don't have enough time and we don't have any input from everyone else. I just can't see why we would not want to listen to those who have been here before us and are seated here with us to hear their input. There have 3 members here that have the experience, have been through it all. I cannot speak for myself. I have read it. I don't find wrong with it, but I certainly would like to have a confirmation or some form of support from my council members to saying, yes, we agree that all this is correct and proper, and this is the job of a city council person. I just don't feel that we can just approve and it goes into effect immediately. So if we approve it now, it's a done deal. I'm saying I can't vote for it because I'm not comfortable until I know if everybody agrees with what is being stated as policy and procedure. This affects our job. This affects what we need to do and how we behave.
I realize that there may be some changes that we'd like to make, but I don't see anything wrong with a delay for one council meeting. Suggestions can be submitted and incorporated into that. Whoever may have a suggestion or a change can do so through the city attorney or appropriate so that we can all.
Well, that's how we handle it before. Yeah.
That's why I seconded the motion. Probably, I'm sorry, might have been motion on it, but I agree that we.
Thank you.
Well, as a point of clarification, just because we do submit feedback, how are we going to know what is stricken and what is not? Is there going to be an actual vote for all the enlisted items? If I have 10 and you have 30 and she has 50, are we going to look at all 80 of them and go one by one? How are you going to do that?
My consideration would have been just in the same way that we had to meet the requirements of sexual harassment, and we met all together, and we had the city attorney explain to us the rules and regulations. Why not the same? Just go through them, and as we read, we can ask the questions, or he can state to us why this was changed. I mean, I just don't feel that we can accept this point blank and have it become our policy and procedure, and we don't even know if we agree. Why can't we just have a workshop or a meeting where the city attorney or the city manager can stand there and say to us, these are the changes because, and we may agree and we may not agree, and we have that right because this is why we were elected. So I thank Mr. Cox for seconding the motion of tabling it until the next agenda.
So I'm going to ask, would you like to modify and include it to be a workshop rather than tabling it, or to make it a part of another meeting?
Well, I don't want a vote taken.
I'm sorry,
That's the
but
point.
What is it?
I don't want a vote to have a taken.
You don't want to vote for that?
In other words, I don't want to vote to 4-1 or 3-2.
Okay.
I know, but that's so we can go ahead.
No, as a point of order, I have the right to have discussion with my colleagues. If you want that added to the policy, you should add it now.
So I do have a motion to table this from Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez and seconded by Councilmember Cox. Do you want to take public testimony first before we take a vote? We have an open public comment.
You mean my speaker cards?
Mhm.
Yes, I do have speaker cards now. I will take them first. Maggie Martin.
Good evening again, Council, Mayor. I'm going to be honest with you. 100 and something pages of policy and procedure manual, I can't read on a cell phone. I can't do 20 pages, much less 100 plus pages. But, so I'm going to fly blind here, and I'm going to ask that the council reject this resolution 19-057 as it currently stands, to make sure it includes a provision, hold on one moment, or to agendize for a future meeting, inclusion of a forfeit of a stipend for any council member who is removed for gross disruption of a council meeting, there is precedent for that locally here, and we have that. Gross disruption, that was just bizarre beyond my comprehension. I don't believe a person who acts in that manner, number one, is worthy of sitting on our council, much less getting paid for it. Okay? It's ridiculous. All I'm doing is echoing the comments of Planning Commissioner Harriman, who wore a really cool T-shirt last time that said, "Listen to Bob." On that, listen to Bob. It's ridiculous. You cannot have a person manipulate and monopolize so much time grossly and unnecessarily. And for the record, subordinate motion, I looked it up, is not a term that's used in this venue. It is a court term, subordinate motion. And I had a flashback about that too when she said, basically, I flashed back to when my daughter was about 12. So when my daughter, her argument was that, well, I've done it before, so live with it. That makes it okay. That's like when I would tell my daughter something about, when she was 12, something about, that's not how you pronounce it. And she says, well, that's how I pronounce it. That doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it right just because you've done it before. It just shows your ignorance and unwillingness to be duly corrected. Duly corrected. So you're wrong. You can continue to think you're right, but you're still wrong. I just want that on record. So anyway, table this one. I would appreciate it, and let's come back to the table with some form of strong punitive damage for anyone who grossly disrupts the council meeting. Thank you.
The next one is Ramiro Rodriguez.
Dr. Rita Ramirez, my hat's off to you. You really surprised me today. Wasn't expecting that from you, but wow. There is a reason why there's checks and balances. This, what they're doing to it, is really rewriting the Robertson's rules and Brown rules, everything. It's going to give all the power to the city manager and our lawyer. So why do we need a city council? Why do we have elections? That's why we have three different legislatures: executive, judicial, and the executive, judicial, and what's the other one? Executive, judicial, and legislative. Checks and balances. Same thing here. I don't feel comfortable non-elected people making decisions for us. That's why we elected you. In this, it takes all the power away from the elected people, little by little. They're rewriting the rules. That's why they're there. They want to go with civil rights rules, Constitution. This is a start. But there's a reason why government is set up this way. It's been set up for hundreds of years. And right now, I don't feel comfortable with the lawyer making decisions for the city or the city manager. They did it twice before, and it cost the city, and it's costing the city millions of dollars. And so in this part, I don't believe we should table this. I don't believe we should bring it up, make a seminar, whatever. No. This will bring on the ACLU. This will bring out all sorts of litigation against us because it's illegal, it's unconstitutional, it's against the law. Just because a lawyer says it's legal, it doesn't make it legal. I'll tell you that right now. And we've had a little history with the low lawyers over here going out. Right now, the beginning of the first section that was here was because of misinterpretation and misinformation with the lawyers. And that always costs us a lot of money. This is just based on one person. They don't want to deal with that person. They don't want to deal with us. So this is not taking power away from her or from you. It's taking power away from us. So if you guys vote for this, you know what? Then let's not have elections next year. Let's just have the city manager and the lawyer do everything for the city and see how far that takes us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Rita. Dr. Rita, thank you.
Could I get a copy of what you're reading from?
Yeah.
Not what I have. Well, you just get up and misstate it over and over, and we're expected to sit here. The problem, this goes out over the airwaves, and so we have to answer it. It
Well, I support what he
Madam Mayor, I
says.
have some follow-up questions for staff as a result of the public comments, and it directly relates to public comments. So, to our city manager and city attorney, does this document in any way remove the authority from the city council to set its own bylaws per se?
My understanding is no.
No, does not at all. The city council has all of the power and rights, and it always does. The city manager and city attorney have no ability to overrule anything the city council does.
Thank you. And this document is 50 pages long, to be very clear. Does it in any way remove the authority of the Brown Act or Rosenberg's rules of order to the extent that the policy manual doesn't trump Rosenberg's?
The document is written in a manner to be totally consistent with Rosenberg's rules, with the Brown Act, and with the Constitution of the State of California.
Very good. And then beyond that, I have comments when Madam Mayor requests comments.
Go ahead.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. So I certainly have no issue in consideration for my colleagues in tabling this matter, because I certainly want to make sure that everyone has input on this, although I know that the council, every council member was emailed, because I saw them on the addressee list, the two prior drafts on this, and where there were council members were asked to contact if there were any questions and certainly to provide their feedback. So I did that, and I certainly hope that being a junior member on this council, that my voice isn't considered less than the more senior members on this council, because I am elected and I represent all the constituents in this community, and I'm expected to know my role and my responsibility, and guess what? I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Before you call for the vote, there's one question. Do we want to have a short study session before the next council meeting, or have the suggestions given to the city attorney, city manager, and included then at the next council meeting?
Thank you. I meant to comment on that. So if I could, Madam Mayor, may I? Thank you. So I know that before I was sitting on the council and I sat in the audience, there was, when the council was working on creating its first policy and procedures manual, there was in fact a workshop. And I remember sitting in on that, and in short order, three of the council members got up and walked out because the meeting had become so unruly and unmanageable that it was impossible for business to go forward. So for that reason, and that stuck in my mind, I would certainly think it would be counterproductive to set this up as a workshop. Certainly everyone can review the draft again if they haven't already, and submit their opinions or questions to the city manager and the city attorney, and then present a draft at the soonest possible meeting for the council to take action on. Discuss and take action.
So I have a motion to table from Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez and a second by Councilmember Cox.
Next meeting.
It's just to table it.
Yeah. I didn't get a date.
I think it should be that I presume.
Was it for the next council meeting?
Okay.
That's what yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So motion by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, seconded by Councilmember Cox to table to next meeting. Any further comments?
Yes, so the anarchy and the dictatorship of Councilmember Jones, I am vehemently opposed to. The changes on this policy draft does not give the city attorney or the executive team or the administration of this any leeway to allow any council the full benefit of representation for their constituents. They are usurping the police powers unbehest to the knowledge of our California Constitution. The charter does not offer or render this to be a municipal affair. Clearly, the city of Victorville likes to spend its taxpayer dollars leisurely to empower its title. You ask the very two people who take control of the entire meeting and the council member believes that she is privileged to ask and do that in front of us. I don't give her and grant her any type of propriety for be doing any of that. I just completely disagree with her. The Holocaust was legal. Those that hit the Jews were criminals. Having slaves in the United States was 1/3 of a person. Slaves were the criminals. If you don't be quiet, you will be removed. That's the second time you've yelled out during the time that I'm speaking. And this is for the record. The second thing is the slaves were criminal for escaping their masters. So the question is, and this is a very fallacious premise that Mrs. Jones consistently uses. And so if I ask a pedophile if he has violated a child's right, what would he say? Of course not. Ask Keith Mesler and the city manager, what would they say? Of course not. To let everybody know, I've never read the memo for the feedback of the memo that was supposedly issued out. I have not given any feedback. I was clueless as to what was going on. Ms. Ramirez has brought a point that we need to establish and read. It's not representative of at least me as a council member for any modifications whatsoever. This has been a tool of animosity, a tool to curtail the voice of the people. If you start looking at it, the city clerk receives discretion and authority as to the actions of the minute and how they are rewritten, what she would like to utter or not utter, without any regard to a standard of practice that was observed by a 30-year former city clerk. During the hearings, the appellates and the applicants had time to represent their case justifiably here. Today, it was thwarted, and we didn't even approve that. So we have already violated these two persons' duties of doing this because we are anticipating that we were going to approve this. This policy gives absolute power to the appointed mayor as the chair with no mitigation or majority of votes from the council. So pay attention when you read these things. And this is what I have to say. I don't have to repeat it. It's been recorded and it's archived now. Thank you.
Any further comments?
Yeah, I'd like to have a copy of the comments because I got to read it again. I didn't see those things.
I do too. The allegations are beyond the pale.
I'm sorry for clarification. You've used your 3 minutes. There is no need for you to be able to rebut unless we can all do it equally. All I'm seeking is equality. That's all I'm asking.
Your time up?
And
No.
your time is to be able to tell her the same thing because you look very biased as a chair.
Are you done?
Call for the vote.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, seconded by Councilmember Cox. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Would you be able, we're postponing it to the next meeting, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item D12, contract inspection services with an Alta Group. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council approve Amendment Number 1 to increase the consultant professional services provider agreement with Analita Group by $205,000 for contract inspection services.
Are there any questions of staff by council members?
Yes. How long has the city of Victorville contracted with Anielta Group? It's from its inception, not from the actual item that we're looking at today. And has the contract been extended with an RFQ only?
Am I correct in understanding?
I'm going off my memory because the contract inspector changed companies from Interwest to the Anielta Group, and so I'm not going to have the exact date, but my memory is the switch happened. It's in the staff report. It did start with. It started. This particular company, Anielta Group, started with the beginning of the fiscal year. we had been contracting with the other company, Interwest, since February. So this new company, we've only been contracting with them since the beginning of the fiscal year.
So this is a fairly new contract.
With this company, yes. It's the same contract inspector who changed companies. So it's continuing to use the same individual, but it's just a different company.
And so my question was derived from that, because we have the same individual with a different company.
Yes.
And so I'm glad that you say you can refer to the report as to when it started, but the minutia of this questioning is we have the same individual. It's just a different company. And so what I'm trying to understand is why the same individual, besides all the bells and whistles of we're probably saving, it's a good deal, blah, blah, blah. Just want to make sure that we're paying attention to who we contract and that we're being accountable to our constituents in terms of it's not just the same person because they're our friends or our buddies or this and that. We have a lot of government corruption. We have a lot of government instability and lack of transparency, and you will see a lot of our people coming up here very concerned about that. So it's my duty, my fiduciary duty, to be able to ask certain questions that can open up or close any of these type of things that could be mitigated to be seen as corrupt or friendship or any type of that. So please don't misinterpret my
No, you're
delivery,
part of the government that's
Mr.
corrupt.
Mr. Cox. And if you want to call me corrupt, you are more than welcome to do so. But
You have 30
no,
seconds.
We are a part of the government, and we are seen as a city who is a portion of the corruptness that we don't have our people listening, and we're listening to them. So yeah, it is sad because it all takes is 3 votes.
Part of it.
And I'm one of the lone votes. So when I become that 3rd vote, maybe that's when I'm part of the corruption. So I thank you for the clarification.
No,
But
if
the
you-
question was for you. I'm not having a
I know, you don't
conversation,
wanna talk
Mr.
about it,
Cox.
but if you have
So
any
what
corruption,
is the
take it to the grand
response? My time is running out. Sorry.
Your
What was
time is
your
up.
response?
The individual that we had been using was performing very well. We wanted to use the same contract inspector, and from my perspective, it didn't matter what company he worked for. I wanted to retain the same individual because he had been performing well, is continuing to perform well. So since he made the choice to change companies, I wanted to continue using the same individual even though it was a different company.
Thank you.
What else? No? I do not have, thank you. Thank you. I do not have any speaker cards. I need a motion in a second.
Move approval of the staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item D13, street lighting update. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council direct staff to work with Southern California Edison to initiate a design to replace existing decorative lighting on 7th Street with standard street lighting.
Thank you. Any questions of staff?
Yes, I do. Okay, I see no timeline for the scheduling of the lights. Have you started already, and when will it be completed? And the second thing that I noticed on the chart regarding lighting is that the very last column, the question is curb, and except for one, there are no curbs in the chart as listed. So my question is, when are you starting? When will it be finished in regards to lighting? I know there's areas mentioned that it's very dark. And the third thing that really surprises me is the fact that there is a chart here that says there are no curbs. So.
Okay. Regarding the project in the square mile area with the 51.
It's a chart at the very end,
Well, if you look on the timeline, under the background section, there's a timeline, and it mentions a square mile installation of 51 streetlights. That's in construction now. I don't know exactly when it's going to be completed, but they've already started installing lights. In regards to the Old Town area with 31 streetlights to be installed, right now that's being designed, but I don't have a definitive schedule from Edison on that. I have asked them, but I wish I could tell you when the design will be complete, when the construction will start. I honestly don't have a schedule on that. It has taken, if you use the square mile area as an example, from the date that they actually started the design until they began installing the streetlights, it was about a year, roughly a year, on that project.
Has Edison given you a work order yet as to where they're going to start or when?
Well, the locations for Old Town have already been established, so we already gave them those locations. So now they're doing the design to install those 31 streetlights. They're all on existing wood poles, so it should be, the construction process itself should be relatively simple. It's just I wish I could tell you when construction is going to start. I don't know.
I'm going to just say something. People have said to me, why is it that Edison could put the lights up in Apple Valley and not in Victorville? This is why I'm asking this question. I could not answer the question because I did not know. But the complaint that I keep hearing is, why is Apple Valley first and not Victorville with Old Town and so forth? And that I would like to know because I think we would all like to see lights downtown
You
to
have
bring
30
businesses
seconds.
back and safety, of course. Thank you.
I didn't answer a question about the table and the curbs. It was just a reference to show that most of these areas that we identified with deficient street lighting don't have curbs. There's only one in the Golden Triangle that has curbs, but none of the areas have sidewalk.
Brian, for Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez and also for the benefit of the audience, a lot of people don't know the ownership of the streetlights being Edison's. But would you help illustrate or talk through the process very clearly from start to finish so that we're all familiar with that, so that we could potentially answer the question as to why Victorville versus Apple Valley? Because unless there's a different process, my understanding is if it's Edison, whether it's in Victorville or Apple Valley, the process is going to be the same. So and it very well could be that perhaps they started earlier than us. Is the process the same, and what is it?
The process is the same with any Edison-owned streetlight. So for a streetlight installation, the first step is to identify the locations of where the streetlights should be installed. And so it usually involves a meeting with Edison staff, and that process is relatively straightforward. It's just establishing on a map. You could just have, circles showing where the approximate location of the streetlights need to be. From that, they initiate their design. And the reason they have to do a design is because each one of these streetlights needs electric power, and sometimes they need to install a transformer or transformers at certain locations. And so while it seems like a simple process to us, they actually do have to prepare a design, they have to prepare plans, and then the last step is that they need to use one of their contractors. They go through their own internal process for getting a pricing from a contractor to install the streetlights, and then that has to be scheduled. They have to get the materials, and then finally they install them. So that's the process, and it's really the same wherever Edison owns streetlights. Almost all the streetlights in the City of Victorville are Edison owned and maintained. We do have some of our own. They're in SCLA, they're in the Foxborough industrial area, and some of the bridges over I-15 are our own streetlights, but it's a small fraction. There are over 6,500 streetlights in the city that Edison owns.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a couple of questions, if I may. So on page 1248, which is the second page of staff report, on the second to the last paragraph, the second line, it says Communities Program for Improvements in Old Town in February of 2019. So this is talking about the grant that we would be applying for. It says February of 2019. Should that be February of 2020?
Yes, that's a typo.
Okay.
Thanks for
thank you.
catching that. That means we
My
already passed
editing eye,
we
thank
passed
you.
the deadline.
My editing eye, thank you very much. And then I must apologize for asking this because I feel like I'm missing a piece in this puzzle and I don't know why I'm missing it. But if I recall correctly, we had in Old Town itself a special meeting. It was a community meeting to talk about this very issue. And we received a wonderful presentation, and then we also had information that talked about the different types of lights that Edison provided, and one of them happened to be a bell-shaped light that was similar to what one of the options that this company was offering at a much higher price. And we took action in that meeting, if I recall correctly, to conduct that study so that we would know what we're looking at and be better able to compare apples to apples, etc. So where are we with that, and how does that relate to this? And I apologize. I just feel like there's a little bit of a gap in my understanding on this.
So City Council did select that particular kind of light, that decorative street light that kind of has the hook
Yes,
shape and the
right.
Route 66 theme. And there were two.
In order to, with the caveat that it would move us forward in doing the study that was needed. It
Yes.
wasn't.
And so we hired a consultant. The name of the company is IDS, and they were the ones that made the presentation there at that workshop
Right.
in Old Town. And so from that information, they took that particular type of light, the light fixture, the height, and they did a photometric study.
Right.
And from that photometric study, they determined the lighting needs both for the road, basically 7th Street and D Street, and the sidewalk. And from that, they determined what the spacing of the lights needed to be, the number of lights, et cetera. And they developed these preliminary cost estimates, and that's where these cost estimates came from. It was a result of that photometric study and a preliminary design that they completed.
But so now at this point, based on that workshop that we had, are we still in a place where we can choose the bell-shaped Edison lights at a much more affordable price? I'm not reconciling these two
Edison
very well.
choices
clearly.
are very limited.
But there was one that was a bell shape that the
one
council
of them
was.
is a Mission Bell.
Yes.
Unfortunately, none of those decorative lights, they will not install LED in those decorative lights. They won't upgrade them because there's such a small inventory. And so you could go to a different type of decorative light, like say a Mission Bell, and you could have fewer lights, a bigger space between the lights, and that would be a much lesser cost than the decorative lights that were selected at the workshop.
But we're not going to have the illumination that our city
But
needs.
there would still be a cost to it. It's not the standard Cobra head lighting you see all throughout the city.
And I'm presuming we're not going to get the level of illumination that the city really needs with the Mission Bell from Edison, it sounds like.
At least it wouldn't be the LED lighting. The LED lighting definitely has it's brighter. It seems to be a higher quality light.
Okay. And my apologies. I just wasn't able to connect the two. And so if I missed it somewhere in reading this, my apologies. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, if I might, the City Council asked for an update on the street light progress, and we've been pursuing a number of projects since being directed to focus July of 2018. And quite honestly, I think over the course of time, we've made quite a bit of progress. There's multiple projects going on. But of course, with the council asking for an update, it actually brought us to really a crossroads here with respect to Old Town. And so there's there's actually two projects being pursued in Old Town. One project is the one Brian alluded to, where we've put the request into Edison to start the design process, and that's for roads that are not 7th Street and D Street. I think that's the best way to characterize it, to where we would install more Cobra heads with LED. That's a process that we've requested Edison to start the design on, and that will go down the process that Brian just described. The crossroads that we're at, and that's why there is a recommendation here, is with respect to the work that's been done resulting from the hearing that we had, I believe, back in February of this year, where we talked about the different design or different style of lighting. One of the things that was disclosed back in February was if we were to pursue a type of lighting standard that was not pre-approved by Edison, they will not support that. They will not maintain that. So therefore, as a part of the process, you have to consider having that serve or be served on an independent lighting system or electrical system that would be controlled, or I'm sorry, metered by 1 meter, but we would effectively maintain that through the district. The photometric study that we authorized considered that decorative type lighting. It also went so far as to decide, spacing, as Brian explained, to figure out how many you need to get the right illumination, where they needed to be positioned, and so forth. The crossroads that we're at, and that's why we have a recommendation here that seems somewhat contrary to where we started, is that as we got that photometric study completed, we then put pen to paper in terms of trying to estimate what the costs are going to be for that decorative lighting system, which, by the way, is called out in the specific plan a decorative form of lighting. And quite honestly, considering the street lighting assessment district that we have, obviously we understand the revenues and expenditures that go along with that, along with the funds available for capital improvements. When we stare at the estimated costs of nearly 4.3 plus or minus million, I'm estimating just with quick math, to build that decorative lighting system, that's what we're staring at and questioning whether or not the city can afford taking that project on. So with that, what staff in the crossroads that we're at is believing that is a very expensive street lighting project for that corridor. Staff is recommending that we be authorized to at least pursue with Edison the installation of a lighting system that would still be owned and maintained by Edison, which are the Cobra heads that give us the same type of lighting that now has been installed citywide, which is LED lighting, and it's a much better lighting than what we had before. And at least start that process, because the process that Mr. Gangler had just outlined could take some time just to get to the design completion stage, to where then we're able to authorize the commencement of construction, to at least get that process started. And certainly we believe that's likely a project that's going to be a heck of a lot less expensive than this decorative project. But in the meantime, what we would intend to do is pursue grant funding to actually be able to install the decorative lighting, believing that if we can get an application in, and if we're successful, it very well could be that we get awarded funds that would then be available to pay for that decorative lighting. But as it stands right now, I think what staff is telling you, or what I know staff is telling you in the staff report, is that as it currently stands, considering our funding availability through the Street Lighting Assessment District, the project that would be the decorative independent lighting system is just too expensive to be supported by the Street Lighting Assessment District. So the crossroads we're at is asking that we go down an alternative path, but a parallel path, to where we are trying to pursue funding for the decorative project, but also pursue a project that we believe still will provide improved lighting along those corridors, but be more affordable to the district.
I have some questions. Imagining D Street, who owns those decorative lights on D Street?
All the lights on D Street and 7th Street are Edison owned and maintained.
So they
it's
are
just a
decorative
style that it's an alternate style that they have.
When we had the study downtown and they talked about doing the study, I had brought up the fact that there was a lady who is let off from work and she walks through the alley, but she quit because the alleys are dark. And they, of course, if you walked out of the transportation building and looked across the street, D Street was well lit, but behind the buildings was very dark. And I made the comment that at least we don't leave lights on D Street. Later was told that, well, yeah, they do. So I go down with my light meters, and it's every area in D Street is lit more than anywhere on 7th Street except directly under the street light. So I changed the meter and did it again and got the same results. I want to see their study. I don't believe it.
Okay.
And on 7th Street, between D Street and A, where they have the decorative street lights, they have the small, but I found out that you can add another bulb on that and increase the intensity of light by 50%. So I'm sorry. I'm trying to save money and not spend all the money on the street lights on signals, which wasn't authorized, I don't believe, and so I want to see the study. I'm sorry.
And D Street has a mixture of lights. So there are decorative lights on D Street at certain places between 2nd and 7th Street, but then it also at intersections, like there's a signal at 4th Street, another one at 7th Street, another one at Hesperia Road, and they have the standard luminaires, so they're brighter. And then there are other locations along D Street where you just have the standard Cobra heads. So really, you just have the decorative lights on D Street between 2nd Street and 8th Street, and then everything else is Cobra heads. So it is brighter on D Street in places. The Cobra heads tend to be brighter, and the decorative lights tend to be a little dimmer. So in general, yes, D Street is brighter than 7th Street.
So I have a couple of questions too, if I may. So, I do recall having that session, the study session in Old Town. I do remember griping about that photometric study because of the expenses, knowing that if the city had enough manpower to even try to maintain specific lighting to maintain it aesthetically pleasing, it would require not only more funding, but before the funding was allocated, if we even had the funding, we were going to have that study and expend. And when we expend the appropriations of dollars to come back to the same conclusion that it would be too expensive, it seems very recursatory. So you are free to point me to the actual documentation, but my question for asking how much did we spend for the photometric study and we approved, including the decorative lighting, is really to show our constituency that when we are having a recursatory line of thought process, and we have our administrative executive team pushing for something instead of really sitting with staff who have the experience and kind of hash out these items and foresee that the council perhaps will say, is that study even needed? Do we really need it to be aesthetically pleasing, or are we just worried about the lighting and how much of that will we have? What are our expenses? And we're only going to have 5 spots.
You have 30 seconds.
So the questions again are, how much did we spend for that photometric study and for the initiation of the decorative lighting that we're looking at? And it wasn't about the Cobra lighting.
I'm not going to remember off the top of my head what we spent for IDS to do the photometric study, but really the driving force was the Old Town specific plan that went through the review with the Planning Commission and City Council, and the selection of the lighting that was consistent with the Route 66 theme. And the only way to know how many lights we would need and where they would need to go was to do the photometric study. And really the only way to know how much they would cost, at least an approximate cost, was to complete a photometric study. Otherwise, we wouldn't know those specifics. I'd have to get back with you on the cost for the consultant. Off the top of my head, I don't remember.
No need to. You've answered what I needed to know. Thank you.
What else? That's it? I do not have any speaker cards on this item. Therefore, if we're ready to make a motion, second. So, I need a motion.
Can I ask a question? 16 Decorative Street on 7th Street. Are we talking about between A and D on 7th Street?
Brian. Question is, are those for the photometric study? It was on 7th Street, A through D Street.
I'm sorry, I'll clarify this. The recommendation is that the City Council direct staff to work with Southern California Edison to initiate a design to replace the existing decorative lighting on 7th Street with standard street lighting. But the only decorative lighting that I know of are the single pole decorative lightings that's fairly short, that's between A Street and D Street on 7th Street. So that's the only question that we have. So for a lot of report with a lot of information. But staff is asking that we authorize staff to work with Edison for that area only. That's the recommendation. I'm reading from the statement.
Right. So, right now, when we did the cash flow analysis for our streetlight assessment district, we only had enough cash, at least in the near term, to do a project on 7th Street. If we wanted to initiate a design to replace the decorative lighting on D Street, we could work with Edison to do that, but that would have to be pushed out further into the future because right now the cash flow in the assessment district couldn't do both projects.
I understand, and I don't want to put anybody in a box, but what is in front of me that I'm reading is to work with Edison to put decorative lighting on 7th Street. I know that that's not from Green Tree or the freeway to 7th Street. It has to be down there. Except we also have a recommendation to change the parking and the landscaping. Didn't we want to do all of that first before we do a street lighting study there?
And so the limits would be, it would be specifically be 7th Street between D Street and Forest Street, because that's where the
Forest, not A. I'm sorry.
Forest
Right.
and D. That's where the decorative lights are on 7th Street.
Those are owned by Edison?
Yes.
Those lights are?
Yes. And in regards to the streetscape changes, yes, that was also part of the specific plan, and that would be included in the parallel effort with the grant application for the streetscape and the Route 66 lighting.
We have a potential of putting in parallel parking and reducing it to 2 lanes of traffic on a very busy street. It seems to me that you would want a low-level lighting that's brighter. That would only change if you do the study. I mean, if you do the change in the parking and the landscaping and the trees and everything. Really, I personally need more information.
I do too. Would striking out the word decorative in your recommendation make any kind of... I think we just need lighting. That's my perception. I don't have too much information. Striking your recommendation to go from existing lighting and take off decorative, we just need the lighting. That's really important. I don't know if that would be not viable.
Well, the only lighting that's deficient on 7th Street are the decorative lights. Those are the lights that need to be replaced with something else. The other lights in Old Town are the standard lighting. So there are just some gaps that need to be filled in. That's the 31 lights that we've already requested to be installed.
Well, then, I mean, you're the expert. You're giving us information. It looks like the people in Old Town want to have lights. we need to work with Edison because we don't have enough staff. So I don't see why we can't continue on if this is another phase of giving the approval for you to continue doing what the residents of Old Town need.
That's our request. This
okay.
was for 7th Street specifically between
then
Forest and D Street.
If my utterance is the interpretation of your recommendation, I don't see why I would go against it. We're so deep already into it. I mean, I don't know if my colleagues have other utterances that they like to express, which I'm open for. Other opinions are very valuable to what we can talk about.
I had been told that those single lights that are decorative lighting substantial. That's the photo study that they do. The idea is to simply take them out and put in brand new street lights, then fine, that's a council. The idea is to get lighting on the street, then that's almost a different discussion, because there's a possibility, I'm told, that the single heads can be replaced with dual heads and a brighter light, and now you have a lot more money to put more streetlights down there.
Well, but part of the problem is the poles are very short. The poles on 7th Street are, the decorative lights are only 16 feet high. And on a standard lighting, it's 30 feet. And so therein lies the problem. There are dark spots between, and we asked that question with the consultant. We asked if those existing lights were retrofitted, would it significantly improve the lighting? And their analysis was, or their advice was, no, you'd still have dark spots, because part of the problem is the lights are so low.
So the higher the poles, the wider
The standard lighting
the lighting?
is on a 30-foot pole, and our standards are the poles can be 250 feet or more apart, whereas the decorative lighting on 7th Street is only about 80 feet apart. And it's just kind of the nature of the way they're designed. There are dark spots. So
Shouldn't ask, but was that a consultant or the staff that came up with that original design? Nope, don't even answer it.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion as recommended.
I'm
that
sorry,
the
Madam
City
Mayor. I
Council-
have some questions of staff, if I could. Thank you, Councilmember Gomez. So, as I recall, this isn't an issue just about providing illumination, although that's the safety issue, and that's really primary. It's also about reviving Old Town and creating that aesthetic that that causes one to think that this is a beautiful a place to come and visit and do business. And I think so part of changing out lights isn't just
Your time is up.
safety. It is safety issue.
I'm going to go ahead and move for
aesthetics.
the recommendation that the City Council direct staff to work with Southern California Edison to initiate a design to replace the existing lighting on 7th Street with the standard street lighting.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Gomez, seconded by Councilmember Cox. Any further comments?
Yes. So on the motion, I noticed it's almost verbatim, but it was said as lighting on 7th Street, but to make sure that it's decorative lighting so that we're only talking about the areas between A and D Street. Thank you.
and Forest and D, to be specific.
Forest to D, that's what I wrote.
Is that an amendment to the motion? Because I believe, Councilmember Gomez, you were specifically deleting the word decorative. Is that correct?
Well, because I want the staff to have the option of if that's required, because Mr. Cox was stating, you know, it's the illumination, yes. But if we need to change the decorative, then go ahead and do so. But is that what I think that was part of the interpretation of the authority to be able to provide something like that, and this is my clarification and interpretation right now. But if you would like me to read it verbatim, I certainly will. So yeah,
Yes,
I just want an
you read
option.
it verbatim, and you deleted the word decorative, and I noticed Councilmember Jones had a question about whether we were dealing with decorative or not decorative. That's
And
the only reason.
and I've given my explanation, and I hope that suffices to be able to satisfy the explanation. So yeah.
Just so I can have clarification, my recommendation is to work with Edison to initiate a design to replace the decorative lights on 7th Street.
My interpretation includes what you just stated.
That's what I understood. That was your motion. That's what I seconded.
Any further comments?
I'm not clear. So is there lighting beyond what's decorative on 7th Street? Because the motion as it stands would give you the authority to go beyond just the decorative lighting and deal with lighting beyond that.
There are no decorative lights on 7th Street other than from Forest to D Street.
But if the motion removes the word decorative, would I understand it correctly then that you would take that as authority to deal with any and all lighting on 7th Street?
No, because the interpretation does not include your interpretation. So I thought I was a little clear, but
I'm not. That's why I'm asking how he would interpret it, because he's the one that's going to take the motion and move with it, or a vote and move with it.
Maybe to add clarification, to give flexibility, we could just leave it as the limits on 7th Street between Forest and D Street to replace lighting as needed. Maybe that would
Be the most appropriate.
that would be appropriate. That would provide the flexibility.
Then I'll offer that as a substitute motion.
so then are you altering your recommendation as stated verbatim written right here? If that's the
Yes.
case, then you've changed your recommendation.
Yes, just to provide more clarification.
So you no longer want the city council and staff to focus on you working with Edison specifically outside of the confines with these streets that you've elevated. Is that correct?
It would be exactly the same in the recommendation as far as requesting to work with Edison to initiate a design to replace lighting on 7th Street between Forest and D Street.
So I'll modify, for clarity's sake, what you've just incorporated, which I believe is what was seconded, but for whatever reason, it's not connecting up here. So I've already adopted consistently on multiple occasions what you've stated, and I'm willing to even modify to make sure that that clarity is established. We've said, we stated, we've gone back over again for the clarity of sake. I mean, if it needs to be rewritten, I guess we need to do that.
I think that would work, and
Madam Mayor, I believe I made a substitute motion.
Is there a second?
Would you repeat your substitute motion verbatim?
It was, I'll let Mr. Gangler do it since he
Mr.
offered it and I
Gangler,
simply
please.
moved it.
Since we don't know what it is. We're sorry.
I'm sorry for any
Let me
confusion.
take you out of this equation. I will respond.
The team.
So the motion is, as I moved according to Mr. Gangler's recommendation, was that we direct staff to work with Southern California Edison to initiate a design to replace existing lighting between 4th Street and D Street on 7th Street with standard street lighting.
That works.
Yes.
No different. Semantics is all we're
That is
arguing about.
that is the substitute motion.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Andre, it's after 10. Do I continue with the final one or public comments?
Yes, we should do public comments, and it's up to you if you want to do the other remaining items, since the prohibition is on new items on the agenda. Those items are already on the agenda, so it's not new business. So I would do public comment, ask for agenda items, unless the council doesn't want to do that.
I'll do public comments now then. Public comments, and I have 3 minutes, and I do have some cards. Dave Gross is the first one. And then Maggie Martin.
Okay.
Well, good evening. My name is Dave Gross. I've been a resident and a business owner here in the High Desert since 1990. I own DG's Lawn Care, and I'm a landscaper. And I've pre-warned a few people here, but again, I'm going to show you. This is one of my tools. I am now in the process of purchasing more for my 8 employees. The homeless situation here has gotten out of hand. We are being attacked on a daily basis. I'm embarrassed to say I live in the city of Victorville these days. I love this town. I've been part of the fairgrounds for 26 years. I was recently on a game show, and they asked me what city I'm from. I had to stop and think for a second. Do I want to say Victorville, or do I want to say the High Desert? I did say Victorville. I'm disgusted with what's happening in the city. The Walmart area on 395, I know Bob Harriman has brought up some issues with that new project that's going in out there. But if you go to the east side of the store by Les Schwab, you'll see a homeless encampment that's bigger than some of the houses in my neighborhood. Behind the Amargosa Walmart, behind Home Depot, west of Farmer Boys, we're getting attacked when we're doing the landscaping over there. One of my guys was just recently attacked by one of the homeless people. They threw some kind of liquid on him. Lee & Associates has hired private security. They have armed security. They have canine security with an armed security with a canine and regular security. The homeless are destroying some of my other properties. Dunia Plaza, where Michael Staples and Dollar Tree are. There's a city well next to the building. The homeless have defecated in that area to the point where I can't go in there, and I will not allow my guys to go in there. I talked with the property owner today. He asked me to find some kind of hazmat crew that will go in there and take care of it. I'm not going to subject my guys to Hep C or anything like that. Coles, they're sleeping under the trailers under there. It's gotten out of hand. I know our hands are tied. I know that we get rid of the problem and they come back. I had a guy yesterday over at Winco. He had a Bowie knife on his chest, and I asked an officer, why is he allowed to have this? As long as it's in the sheath, it's okay. But he could come out and just pull that out and stab me. Why is that allowed? That's why we have these. All 8 of my guys are going to be carrying tasers. My wife's afraid to go to the grocery store. You all should be afraid to go to the grocery store. And as far as using the shopping carts, after the homeless have used those to sit on and defecate through, they're putting those in line to use your groceries in. It's disgusting. I don't know what else to say.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Maggie Martin.
And I agree with you.
Ditto. They just vandalized my office.
Good evening again, Your Honor, Counsel. Recursatory? Did I hear her say the word recursatory? I looked it up. There's no such existing words. That must be one of the ones she likes, and that's okay. Authority to remove me? Apparently she doesn't read the policy manual that says a presiding officer can have someone removed, or by majority vote of the council, I believe. Do you know how many times I've sat here and heard her tell me she's going to have me removed? Good luck with that, Ms. Gomez. Then last meeting, I heard Mr. Romero Rodriguez bring up this issue, paraphrasing, not quoting him, but paraphrasing to convey the essence of the message. We don't have enough Hispanic deputies up here. He must not get out on the streets like I do, and he certainly doesn't have as much contact with law enforcement as I do, because I can promise you, we've got, I'm going to say conservatively, at least, conservatively, a 50% Hispanic police force up here. Now I'm going to jump to the other reason I'm up here. As a council member, Ms. Gomez, as a council member who supposedly represents all of the people of Victorville, I have an expectation that in this forum and out in public, when you like to tell everybody you're a council member, I want the conduct that goes along with it. Today, she's 0 for 2, like she was back in May or June, bailing out without notice to the court, the clerk, to the opposing party, that she had important city business to do. The last time it was she had to be here because it was the budget review. Okay, so she bailed out, didn't care who she inconvenienced. It goes on and on and on. Same thing today. She had a morning hearing and said she couldn't be there at court because she had important city business to do. Okay, so she's pissed off the judge in plain English. She ain't looking too clean or tight there. Let me see what else. Threatened the last time to sue a bailiff. Had the bailiff today standing next to her at the ready to bounce her out because she doesn't know how she doesn't know how to act. She does not know how to act in any forum. Not here, not on the street, not on, and oh my God, certainly not in a court of law. Did I forget anything else? And she's showing up without an attorney. Well, go figure. I could probably ask Joan DeHone, call her and ask her why that is.
Your time is up.
Thank you. That covers it. That's an embarrassment.
Bob Harriman, I think he left. Is he here? Left. Okay. Ramiro Rodriguez.
I try to make it a point every time I come here. I talk about city business, things related to the city, to myself, that affect me. I don't attack people one-on-one. I make suggestions. I point out things that have happened before. But want to go that route? I'll do it. When they had the grand opening at Cardenas, Miss Maggie Martin approached me in her car. I got out of my car, walking to the grand opening. She looked at me. Hey, are you Ramiro? Straight in my face, all glossy-eyed and everything, driving a car? I go, no. I go, man, the way she looks, she's going to drive over me. She stood there just back and forth in front of McDonald's for about 10 minutes. I go, wow, that is the person that comes up here before me and starts talking stuff about our representative. So you know what? They have also something they can step on too. But let me tell you one thing. Right now, it's getting more proficient. They're arguing about the homelessness. We have the war on drugs, the war on poverty, the war on hunger, the war on terrorism. But there's no war on homelessness. Why? Because there's no money. What happened to all those wars we're fighting? And right now, we're seeing the division of this country. We have the war on terror. Now we're going to have the war of the Americans against the white supremacists are going to come up. We saw it in Portland, Oregon, with the Proud Boys, with the KKK. I'm not going to be surprised if next year, anytime soon, there's going to be somebody standing behind us in a full-blown glory suit, because we're getting there. Now we're going to have a full-on war on supremacy. And where are civil rights going to go there? We're going to be questioned for everything. And our police officers, they're going to be dressed more like soldiers than officers, because that's where the way the country is going. And we allow it. We permit it. We permit every single meeting for some people just to attack one person directly. And you know what? They're attacking that person on a race, because many a times they've told me to go back to my country. I was born here. But I think twice about it sometimes. I love my country, but I don't like some of the people that think that this country belongs to them. It belongs to all of us. We all pay, we all work here, we all live here, and just because there's somebody occupying the office right now that doesn't have any respect for human decency, you know what? It doesn't make it right. So hopefully it'll be over, but I think, you know what? It's just going to get worse and it's going to get better.
Okay, that was all the cards that I had. So we move on to E2, reports from city manager.
Madam Mayor and members of the
I'm going to
council.
ask for this woman to stop attacking this gentleman, Maggie Martin to Ramiro. Nobody has paid attention right now. And the authority and the mayor know and watch what is happening. And I have it on video right now. Number two, this, what you have done again, decorum needs to be established. Third time, the mayor has not paid any attention to that. Third time, no police officer the first 2 times went to this woman.
That's enough. Reports from city manager. Hopefully
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
peacefully, quietly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I just wanted to address one of the comments made from the gentleman, Mr. Gross, I believe, from DG Landscaping. I'm sorry. Sorry. Mr. Long. So we have code enforcement and sheriff in the audience. Certainly have taken notes of all of the particular locations. Sadly, I've observed as well popping back up, if you will, or the encampments popping back up. We will reactivate. Haven't been ignoring it. In fact, just similar to your experience, we as our crews experience the same thing, to where we have to either hire professionals that are in special suits so that they don't get subjected to disease or what have you, and we have to clean up our storm drains and things of that nature. So we're affected similarly. In fact, I had a crew that I saw securing a storm drain right there at the Nisqually interchange yesterday by putting steel grates on one of the storm drain pipes in response to not only living in there, but we actually responded to a fire in that storm pipe. So I've also been advised that today our Sheriff Met team, along with code enforcement, was out at Dunye. By all means, I'm not saying this to say we're resolving it, but we're attending to it as much as we can. So I definitely wanted you to know that we're taking notes. We'll be, getting back out there and prioritizing it as we have in the past, and hopefully it makes an impact. We'll take a look at it and do what we can. Yeah.
As a point of order, I'm going to ask that we extend time for this gentleman to come and approach. That way he is able to contact the community.
It's not your place.
And I must state, when Ramiro did the same thing,
Your place.
he was quickly shut down.
Okay.
So
Warning
for
number
the
one.
availability of equanimity, we need to be able to
Warning
give
number
a
one.
vote, which is a majority of us,
Two.
okay? That's
Warning
only equitable.
Madam Mayor, if I might, so this is under the item of city manager comments,
Yes,
and
it
I'm
is.
sorry that I engaged the public, but I thought it was important and helpful, not only to this council and the audience, to know that we are doing as much as we can, and we are prioritizing it, and we'll be back out there with respect to the issues. We're not ignoring them.
And City Manager, I thank you for that, and I appreciate that you did respond. It was just, I want to make sure we give that opportunity to everyone. So thank you for doing that.
The other comments I have, Madam Mayor, this Wednesday, August 21st, from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Victorville Library, we have another Friends of the Library book sale. Grab a bag, $5 per bag, fill them up with books to help our Friends of the Library cause. As far as development, I think there's one new exciting project. It's a company called Hydration Source that's going through the tenant improvement phase over in Building 13B at SCLA. It's a water bottling manufacturer. Water bottler, occupying about 200,000 square feet, and so that's certainly new industry that we're looking forward to coming online in the near term out at SCLA. In addition to that, we do have a ground ribbon cutting scheduled for the Mojave River Walk, even though the concrete is cured. And I've been out there for the last 3 weekends, actually with my daughter practicing soccer, but I could see the path being used a lot, which is good, despite not having had our ceremony or ribbon cutting. But we will be having our ribbon cutting on September 28th, and it'll be an event that also include a 3K and a 5K run. So certainly look forward to having you all be a part of that. I also want to thank particularly our staff and our sponsors for having successfully completed our second neighborhood pop-up event. It's an event that we held on August 10th at Eagle Ranch Park. Staff is estimating about 800 people having attended. We had our dog show, which is a major attraction. We had a local band be the entertainment for the evening. We had a theme of touch a truck, so we had everything from the public works vehicles out there to sheriff vehicles. We had air ambulance out there. Just an amazing event, and really furthers, I mean, it really is a part of our effort just to go out into the neighborhoods and reconnect with the public. We're getting amazing feedback from those that we do connect with. And our goal, when we attend these pop-ups and host these pop-ups, is to just make contact with the residents, establish a relationship, and be available to any questions, comments, or concerns they have. But every department in your city was represented, and we all had staff giving time on a weekend to make that event a great success, and it was a success. Our sponsors were Mercy Air, AMR, Kona Ice, Graves and King, Desert Valley Hospital, and Sully Miller Food for Less. And Whalen Clarich, which is a law firm. So with that, thank you for allowing us to and providing us the support to do those kinds of events. Our next pop-up event we're not expecting to occur until probably June or July of next year. But our next major event, as you know, is the Fall Festival in October, and we'll provide more details on that event probably at our next meeting.
You do know which parks will be coming up then?
I'm sorry?
Do you know which parks will be coming up?
No, I'm sorry. We have not started the planning for the next events yet, but once we do, I'll let you and the council know.
Very good, very good. Now we move on to E3, which is discussion and possible action regarding items for the upcoming City Council agenda. Does anybody have anything to?
Yes.
Go ahead, Jim.
This is going to be a little embarrassing, but this nonsense up here has to stop. This has to stop. This is just silly. If you're not all embarrassed about this show tonight, you ought to be. I am. This has to stop. You give one warning and two warning and three. You either have the authority or you don't. If you don't have the authority, then we need to change it. If you have the authority and you want to exercise it, somebody else needs to exercise it. This has just gone on so far. We are looking so silly. We're an embarrassment to the people in the city, and it needs to stop. I don't care what we have to put on the agenda. I don't care what the discussions are with the attorney, whomever. It has to stop. This is silly. This is disruptive. We can't get our job done. For the people who are haters who love to get up and lie in the microphone, they're having a great time and make statements that are false. But the mayor has the authority to say, no, you're not going to do that, and put an end to it. You have the gavel. Use it. And Jesus, I'm just embarrassed and sick about this whole thing. Council may not want to talk about it because it is embarrassing. We don't want to hurt people's feelings. But there comes a time when this has to stop.
Well, you are absolutely,
Please,
you're absolutely correct. Except that my hands are tied when they tell me, warnings, don't just have her removed.
Well, you need to sit down with the authority. You either have the authority or not.
Well, yeah.
As a point of clarification, are we agendizing or two people having a conversation?
I want to have it agendized. If I'll make a motion, if there's somebody else who wants to to second it? If they
I
don't, that's
second
okay.
it. I
You
second
gotta
it.
put an end to this.
We don't have a motion. What's the motion?
What is the motion?
To put in place rules so that we can conduct the public business without all the constant interruptions. You know, we're supposed to stay on the subject here, not talk about all other things, and the chair is supposed to stop it and have the authority to remove the individual if it doesn't stop. Either the mayor has the authority and won't
Or I
exercise
don't.
it, or
Yeah.
she has it and won't use it. I want it on the agenda so it's clarified from the attorney what the authority is. We have to sit here and listen to all this nonsense all the time, and we're all involved in this. We're all partial to blame, but it has to end. We're here to conduct the public's business. And by the way, for the people who stand up and say this is our meeting, this is the council's meeting. The law is absolutely clear.
So
And we have to conduct the council's business for the benefit of the public and get through it. The arguments, the yelling back and forth, just accomplishes nothing but causing people to hate each other.
So the agenda was to put what on the next meeting?
Kind of a presentation from the city attorney in regard to what the council's alternatives are when people continue to interrupt the meeting. I don't care who gets arrested. This has to stop.
Yeah, make sure you include the powers that the council does have. That's very important.
I do have a motion by Councilmember Cox and a second by Mayor Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Yeah, I actually had a comment on that, and it went by faster than I can, but we're beyond that.
This
So
is just agendizing, so
Yes.
do you want to agendize something?
I don't. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'd like to have a report on the library.
I'll second
Haven't
that.
heard what's going to happen. I know that $50,000 was set aside, but what's going on? I would like to know what's being done. So I make a motion that we have a report on the library
I second
and a timeline of when is it going to start, what's going to be done, and how much is it going to cost.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, seconded by Councilmember Gomez. Is there a timeline when you want that? Do you want it on the next agenda or?
Well, I would hope that somebody's had a discussion or a meeting regarding it so that we know what the intent of the staff is or something of that nature, or are we having a meeting with the friends? I don't know. All I know is that we voted on it and 50,000 was set aside, and that's the last thing that I've ever heard of it. So I would just like to know, has there been any meetings regarding it? And if there has, can we please have a report?
Okay. So I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, seconded by Councilmember Gomez. All those in favor?
I have a comment. So, and I'm fine with getting reports. I think updates are wonderful. We adopted our budget in June. We had one meeting in July, so I'm just wondering if we might be a little premature and haven't given staff the opportunity to kind of fine-tune this.
Thank you, Councilmember Jones. That was something that I wanted to share just from the practical nature, and I don't know the exact update, and I can certainly get you an update, but the effect of our budget started July 1st, and my recollection was the money that was appropriated was to enlist some advisory services to help us look at what the library needs and perhaps what the alternatives are and perhaps come up with options. And sadly, I will have to tell you that our process to secure an entity, a firm to help us with that takes a little bit longer than the last 45 days, and in fact we've got to work up a scope. I can share with you that information. I'm fairly confident we've been working towards that, but in terms of anything material, I'm afraid we may not have anything material to report because we've got to go through a process to be able to bring somebody on board to help us with it.
The study hasn't been conducted yet, so we don't have anything really to report on. Is that what I take from what
The
you're saying?
RFP is out, but the consultant has not been retained.
Okay.
So as a point of clarification for the attorney, are the agenda topics now an open discussion for council members to be able to question the agenda, or is it just a motion with no discussion?
It can be questions just about what the motion is, but it shouldn't be discussion about the substance of the.
Okay, because we just had that, and I'm getting a little confused, because when I do that, I get reprimanded. So I want to make sure
No,
I
but
don't do
this-
that. Go ahead.
So to be on point, it was directly related to the motion that was immediately pending, which is bringing forth an agenda item. My comment was, is this not premature? That's it.
And
That's
I
it.
understand it's just the agenda topic matter is just relevant to are we going to approve it or not. It's not an item that we take to administration and
Okay,
ask.
let's continue on. Enough of that.
I still,
Do you have something to agendize?
I made a motion.
I have a motion.
That's right, you made your
Yeah.
motion and Jim did his.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries with Councilmember Jones voting no.
Did you have something?
No, I don't.
I was going to agendize something, but I think I'll wait and talk to the Andre. Now we have reports from council members. 3 minutes. A report.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. So I, first of all, on the pop-up in Eagle Ranch Park, it was quite successful. I do want to formally thank school superintendent of the Adelanto Elementary School District, Dr. Amy Wynn Hernandez, as well as the principal of the school adjacent to the park, Bert Christoph. They happily agreed to be judges in the doggy fashion show, which was really quite a fun event and very difficult to judge. Although it was more fun to judge than judging kids in talent contests, because the little puppies don't get their feelings hurt when they don't win. So I did like that. I attended in Councilmember Cox's stead a VVWRA meeting, as well as the SBCTA Mountain Desert Policy Committee. On that, I did want to report, and I'm so proud of the work that this particular committee is doing, because they're working with the sub areas. They had their first meeting on August 5th to work cooperatively to develop a regional and interregional projects funding, so that they can present the 2021 update on the delivery plan with a very focused targets. So among the things that they talked about was funding flow, the future I-15 bypass project, the US 395 widening, and the SR-18, SR-138 corridor studies. So part of that, of course, includes within those sub-areas leveraging monies in the best way that'll get the projects delivered on time. So very happy for the work that committee is doing. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Yes. I don't know of anybody else, but I am going to. So as part of the government, I ran for office to unveil, to reveal, and to stop for, and to stand up for a change that has been asked for at all levels of government. As you, Mr. Cox, can see, I have brought to this council Terry Caldwell, Almond Joy. I think her last name is Almond, so it's not anywhere Joy, so I was thinking of the candy bar there, but Miss Joanne Almond, Ryan McCachran, the city council, all of them of the city of Hesperia, school board members of Hesperia, the Adelanto School District, to personally attack my person to help steer away those misappropriations of funding, the mirroring of the city of Bell, and the double speak of our current mayor, our council member Jones and Cox, along with the city attorney Andre and the city manager Mr. Metzler. I don't take my duties lightly. Being voted by the majority to be removed as an elected official was a power that was abused and not granted to any elected. No law supports it. It was usurped. The singling me out as a council member not to travel to a city corresponding to a county which had city-related meetings and businesses by a majority vote is what you have seen. In addition, being censured and publicly a written statement, reprimands, things that I've encountered by this particular council, in my eyes, do not really sway the masses that have determined that the councils in various levels in many states, federal, and even our local municipalities do have a hint of corruption. A corrupt politician. What has to hide? Why? My recent years will continue to shed light and continue to inquiry and question all actions done by the council, its committees, and its administrations. Those who have watched me in action will sense and confirm that I do not and will not throw in the towel, but will persevere to expose and shed light where it is required and needed. I won't be apologetic. I will not apologize for being Council Member Blanca Gomez, who was elected to take the very seat in which you witness me today.
You have 30 seconds.
And to serve you and your needs as I will continue to serve. Remember, I will not be apologetic. I will continue to be Council Member Gomez as you see me now. And once again, I was elected honorably into this very seat that I fit very well in. And I will continue to serve the needs that I have served, exposing and shedding light and inquiring at all levels.
Your time is up.
By the way, we're going to hear from the Sheriff's Department.
To wait for the next agenda. But we need to look into all these things that she has accused us. Nothing more for the council? Meeting adjourned.